Good evening, everyone. I'm President Emily Stevens. I call this regular board meeting of May 14, 2026 to order. The time is 5:01. I would like to remind everyone to please silence your electronic devices. Before we do the flag salute, I want to introduce our cadets who will be handling the presentation of colors. We have Petty Officer, 3rd Class, Stacy Herrera. Master Chief Petty Officer, Melanie Arias. We have Petty Officer, 3rd Class, Sujay Vaca, and Chief Petty Officer, Adrian Kelly. They will be led by United States Marine Corps Master Gunnery Sergeant Douglas L. Webster. Trustee Bustamante Adams, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Before I open 1.02, I'd like to open the floor to our superintendent for a few words.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Tonight, we're taking a few minutes to recognize the contributions of two amazing women who served the Clark County School District community and the children of Southern Nevada. Ruby Duncan was a fixture at the school named after her, where she talked with students about the importance of reading and writing. These students were privileged to be with a living legend. They learned about the national recognition she earned for her pioneering work, providing food assistance and medical care to women and children in need. Her passion for helping families facing challenges and her fierce advocacy for the entire community will be long remembered and cherished. Senator Joyce Woodhouse, a teacher, a principal, the director of Clark County School District Partnership Office, a lawmaker, an influential advocate for public schools. We can't even begin to count the number of lives she touched during her 40 years with the Clark County School District. That number will continue to grow because of her leadership in updating the Nevada school funding formula for the first time in 54 years. The modernized formula better meets the diverse needs of today's students and future generations. On a personal note, Senator Woodhouse was a cherished friend and a generous mentor to me and countless others in this room, and I know on this dais as well. I know we all felt the privilege to induct her into the 2026 CCSD Excellence in Education Hall of Fame. Both women are a shining example of how dedicated leaders can make an impact on their community and leave this world a better place, especially for our children. They are both deeply missed, and their impact is woven into the very fabric of Southern Nevada schools. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Before I open 1.02, is there anybody in the audience who has not yet had a chance to complete a public speaker card? If you would like to, go ahead and fill that out, bring it to the front. Thank you. And I will close that. No more cards will be taken for this item. 1.02, adoption of the agenda. Trustee Barone, do you make the motion to approve?
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President and members of the board, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the agenda and the addendum with flexibility and with the following changes. Reference material has been provided for item 4.01, public hearing on the possible approval of revisions to the 2025 to 2027 negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and the Clark County Education Association. Reference material has been provided for item 4.02, the Destination District, Clark County School District Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031. Reference material has been provided for the addendum to item 1.01, Clark County School District Critical Labor Shortage, and take item 4.02, the Destination District, Clark County School District Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031, after item 2.01, student reports, and before the consent and addendum agendas. That's the motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. I will second that motion.
Fantastic. Let's vote. Trustee Henry? Shion? Trustee Henry?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion passes. We will move on to 2.01, student reports.
Madam President, members of the board, Kirsten Sear for the record. Tonight, I'm proud to continue our new tradition at Board of Trustees meetings, our student board reports. We are pleased to welcome our next two student presenters, one, Damara Davis from Durango High School, representing Trustee Bustamante Adams from District F, and Trustee Satori from Clark County. And the other, Logan Price from Foothill High School, represents Trustee President Stevens from District A, and Trustee Esparza Strophagen from Henderson. Please join me in welcoming our first student speaker, Damara.
Good evening, members of the school board, school trustees, and Superintendent Ebert. My name is Damara Davis, and I am a senior at Durango High School in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm honored to be here today to share some of the amazing things happening on our campus. Durango is a school built on pride, diversity, and opportunity, and I am proud to represent such a driven and supportive student body. One of the things that make our school so special is the wide variety of student achievements. Our athletic program continues to excel, especially our baseball team, which are 2-time state champions. Their hard work, discipline, and teamwork represents the dedication we see across all areas of our school. In addition to athletics, our academic and leadership programs are thriving. This year, our newly established FBLA chapter has already made a major impact, with those 2 students qualifying in the National of Texas. This accomplishment highlights how quickly our students step up and succeed when given new opportunities. We are also proud to be transitioning into a STEM-focused school. This shift is giving students more access to innovative learning, experiences, and preparing us for the future careers in science, technology, engineering, and math. It's exciting to see how these opportunities are shaping the future of our campus. Our student leadership program continues to make a strong impact as well. Durango Student Council has earned the Silver Star Award and has recently hosted Zone, bringing together student leaders from across the region. This also creates engaging events that build school spirit, such as our recent 2016 versus 2026 Battle Spirit Week, which brought energy, creativity, and unity to our campus. Durango offers an incredible variety of clubs and organizations that allow students to find their place, from leadership groups like Student Council and class offices to service organizations like Key Club, National Honor Society. And students are actively making a difference both on and off of our campus. Our cultural focus clubs, including Asian Student Union, Black Student Union, Hispanic Heritage Club, and Filipino American Culture Club, has celebrated diversity and create an inclusive environment for everyone. In addition, students can explore their interests through clubs like STEM Club, Environmental Club, Medical Society, Speech and Debate, Art Club, and even unique spaces like Dungeons and Dragons Club, or Films with a Z. These organizations give students opportunities to lead, collaborate, and grow outside of our classrooms. Our co-curricular programs also play a huge role in campus life. Programs like band, orchestra, cheer, dance, drama, and ROTC bring students together and showcase talent, dedication, and school pride throughout the year. Beyond all of these accomplishments, what truly makes Durango special is our culture. This is a strong sense of connection between students and staff and genuine effort to support one another. Whether it's through academics, activities, or everyday interactions, Durango is a place where students are encouraged to succeed, get involved, and lift each other up. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share what makes my school so special. I am a proud student at Durango High School. Go Trailblazers.
Great job, Damara. And Damara's principal, Mrs. Park, is here tonight to support her. Oh, also, I'm sorry, her parents, Naiba Davis and Damara Haymond, are also here. And next up, we have Logan Price from Foothill High School.
Good evening, members of the school board and Superintendent Ebert. My name is Logan Price, and I'm a proud senior at Foothill High School. The Hill has had a lot to celebrate this year, and I'm honored to share a piece of that with you today, especially from the perspective of a student who gets to see the benefit personally. A key focus on campus this year was ensuring that our growth left nobody behind. In just 2 years, our AP enrollment has increased by 18% across all ethnic subgroups. We've empowered our student body with the tools not just to succeed, but to thrive in their individual identities. Foothill's BSU hosted the 10th anniversary Black Student Union Summit with over 600 members coming from across Southern Nevada last October, marking a critical milestone befitting the culture of unity that Foothill emphasizes. In addition, we're continuing to make a Foothill a place that uniquely accommodates all interests, expanding our accessibility with CSN Henderson that has driven the drive for experience-based CTE programs, including aviation, advanced manufacturing, and welding. These rewarding two-year programs actually just afforded 2 students with their SACA Electrical Systems Specialist certifications, which is a huge advantage they'll feel at the next stage. Furthermore, Foothill's administration has done a lot to prepare us for post-secondary life. Our class of 2026 has actually earned over $6 million in scholarships just this school year. And Foothill has had the highest growth among schools in winter maps, both in reading and the third highest in math. But Foothill's greatest strength isn't in the numbers. It's in the academic experience that the school provides you. Underlying everything that we do, from speech and debate to wrestling, is a culture of student mentorship. Teachers here trust us. They trust us to lend our hands in building a team around us. And it's formed on a system that relies on upperclassmen's presence and devotion to a greater whole. The result is that when someone from Foothill wins, it's a ripple effect with the whole community. A message that your personal mentor's success can be your own with equal or greater effort. This year, Lily May became Foothill's first state champion in girls wrestling. This year, Lauren Langdon won the EXO Sphere Design Contest and had her artwork displayed on the Las Vegas Sphere. This year, the marching band and color guard won the Nevada Circuit for the 13th time in 16 years. At every single step of the way, we take the time to celebrate these wins as a school. As a student, you hear about them time and time again, even if you've never followed our wrestling team, even if you've never held up in art competitions. We devote time and effort to uplifting each other in every winner because we want to set that model for the next winner. It's a culture that I cannot express the value of enough in a 3-minute speech, but that one has absolutely defined my time at Foothill, and I can tell you I've certainly relied on our upperclassmen in the past. I'm honored to be with you here today to celebrate the One Hill unity, and moreover, recognize the character of my school. Thank you.
Great job, Logan. And Logan's principal, Mr. Seinold, is here tonight to support him. Thank you.
Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. And I know her by MJ, just as, so thank you. You have continued the great leadership at the school, even though there was a transition of a retirement. So just thank you. I can see it in Mrs. Davis' presentation. Ms. Davis, you are a first-time superintendent, student council member. Is that correct?
Yes, that is
Yes.
correct.
Can you share briefly, highlight from your experience, and then anything that we can support our superintendent with in advancing the work that's happening there?
Yes, good question. Thank you so much. My experiences with SAC has only been positive. One of my favorite memories was actually going to the summer summit, I think. We all went to the summer program and just getting to meet other leaders and different people that is outside of my school was a really good experience for myself. The activities, the actual time it takes for the presentations, and Miss John Ebert being there, so thank you so much. But yeah, that's about it.
Is there anything that we can do to improve the experience for others that come behind you and Logan?
I would say this CCSD takes a lot of great opinions from different students and different perspectives. I wouldn't say there's really much to change with Miss John Ebert's new podcast with a lot of different students watching it. I know, I see it. Has actually really changed the game with answering students' questions. For me, as a student perspective, I don't know if there's anything that could be changed because everything is going pretty well. But yeah, that's just my experience. I don't know from other students, but I would love to hear their opinions and get back to you guys all. Thank you.
Trustee Cavazos.
Madam President, I see that Trustee Esparza Stafrican, who represents Foothill High School, is in the queue. I'd like to let her go first, defer to her, and I'll go after her.
So I'm going to address a question to both of you. You're so impressive. I've had the privilege and honor, Logan, to be at Foothill many times for your BSU Summit. I was at a parent engagement celebration where your drumline actually performed for our parents. But we had a little conversation before this, kind of what your future aspirations are. And I will ask you both the question. I love how you talked about you have such a sense of belonging. You have a sense of inclusiveness and diversity at your schools. You also use the same term, and I don't know, you probably didn't share each other's speeches about lifting each other up in your spaces, right? So I'd love to hear from a student point of view, what does that mean for students when you lift each other up in the spaces that you're in at school?
So speaking on my experience, I'm a member of the speech and debate team. I've been here for 3 years. I'm now the president. The biggest thing coming into something new like that, where you don't know what the class is like until you're in the room already, is when you have people who have done it before you, who offer their hand and say, you know what, I will take the time to personally help you, not just with this class, but with high school in general. Our old president, he came to me constantly and advised me, not only in speech and debate, but in what classes I should take, how I can better myself, how I can really push the boundary. So I think the biggest thing that Foothill offers is that in every single one of those clubs, like I kind of mentioned in my speech, the teachers trust us. They give us the opportunity to not just help ourselves, to make ourselves better, but to offer that experience to other kids. So I think that is really like the cutting edge thing that Foothill does.
And piggying back off of Logan, he actually made a great point of how our seniors and our upperclassmen really help our underclassmen with lifting each other up at Durango. A lot of the students who are even in the same class figure things out together, and with that secondary help, which is our admin, all questions get answered, you know, and that helps provide a trust in between the student and the admin, or even student to student, which helps lift the spirit, the pride, the hard work, dedication, and success at Durango. So thank you.
Did you want to add anything, Trustee Cavazos? Did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to let her go first.
Oh, okay. All right.
I just
Fair
wanted to
enough.
go first. Thank you so much for your presentations. Again, as always, favorite part of our board meetings here. You both mentioned, you know, the culture and the unique atmosphere, environment in your school, about your clubs. And Logan, I did follow wrestling. So I wanted to ask you, how has that unique culture at each of your schools affected, like influenced you in your future plans? If you can tell us a little bit about your future plans and how your school and everything that you've learned there.
So I intend on going into family law, especially with pro bono work. I see it as the easiest avenue to make the most amount of difference. No offense to you guys, right? But something that I absolutely have a love for and I would love to pursue at the higher level. And I think a lot of that comes from the teaching aspect. Working with children especially, you're going to have to build up those social skills early. And being put into that responsibility with speech and debate or anything else, you have to build that sort of respect relationship where you have to prove that you are a person worth listening to. And if you're trying to make that difference with a pro bono case, you absolutely need to make that same kind of trust relationship. The other thing I'll bring up is that we just started a dual enrollment education program where I actually go out to other elementary schools in the district and I helped out with a special ed classroom this semester. And if that isn't a totally life-changing experience, then I don't know how it couldn't be. Absolutely, you gain that empathy, you gain those social skills specific to working with kids, and that's huge in pro bono, especially with family law.
Yes, for my future plans, I am attending Chapman University to go to public health and pre-med. And as a mixed Black African-American woman or young lady at Durango High School, that inclusivity just brings it together, having admin that looks like me or just different people, and having to ask them questions about where I should go, what I should do, what type of path should I take, and kind of talking with them, conversing with them on what I should do, with just different perspectives, different ethnic races, and just different point of views, really helps a lot. And at Durango High School, I get that. So that's just personally me.
Thank you both so much. Very impressive. Just I can see you having fantastic futures. Thank you so much.
Trustee Satori?
Thank you very much. Thank you both for your presentations. It was so inspiring to hear you talk about your campuses and really enjoyed it. My question is for Damara. You spoke of the shift to a STEM-focused school at Durango. Can you speak a little bit more about that? What are the biggest impacts you've seen? And I also want to hear about like how that was received by the student body, if you could.
So with the student body, there was actually a lot of positivity with more branch out with how we run things at Durango. Adding a STEM program that's more with math and engineering turned a lot of students on of what they wanted to do in their career paths. with the STEM school, it actually recently, or the STEM transition came recently this year. And again, only positive things have been happening from what I've been hearing. And I think it's just a great add-on to our campus, and we're only trying to build from here.
Excellent, thank you.
Trustee Biasotti?
Thank you, Madam President. Congratulations to you both, and congratulations to your parents. Well done. I do have a question for each of you. What advice would you give a student who has never been involved in any type of group and is going into their senior year? What is that one advice that would encourage them? Thank you.
So for going into senior year, not having been involved, which is, if we're being realistic, it's a reality for so many students, you have to find a way to push yourself, to get out there somehow. Whether that means finding a math teacher that you have a personal connection with, whether that means taking a class you never would have otherwise taken. Senior year represents a huge opportunity to kind of give yourself a new opportunity in the sense that you don't usually have the same class requirements as other schools. What Foothill thrives in is we have those kind of unique one-off classes. Things like aviation, things like education, things like folklore and mythology. It's kind of hard not to, if you're given the chance to take an elective, find something totally unique, something that you could absolutely fall in love with if you just give it a shot. And so I think the benefit of Foothill is that because you have so many options, there's always going to be the chance and opportunity for you to find your group, to find your way to thrive.
To me, it's all about diving headfirst into things. You never know unless you get your foot through the door. You never know if you miss an opportunity. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So with students, again, there's a lot of admin who are willing to be helpful and who have done things that we have done in high school. And I feel like they have a lot of information, a lot of impact in students that they do speak with and what they want to do. And I think it's just all about confidence, having that backbone, not being afraid to ask questions, not being afraid to speak up. And we do offer a lot, and there's something for everybody. There's not something for nobody. So you just got to find it, dive head first, be confident in yourself. And if you're not, ask those questions.
Great advice. Thank you.
Before I close it out, Trustee Henry, do you have anything? Trustee Henry? She not on? Okay, well, while I wait to see if she responds, I have something, because Foothill is in my district, and it's actually very near and dear to my heart. I gotta appreciate that you brought up the wrestling team. My sons, I watched their lives transform because of youth wrestling, and it grew out of the Foothill wrestling room. So we're always huge Foothill fans for that wrestling team. So thank you for bringing that up. But I do have two questions for you. I was reading your bio, and one of the questions I have is that you are part of a survivor club in an effort to get your teacher to join the show. Did the teacher join the show?
We're working on it.
Are you still working on it? All right. All right. My second question is just genuine curiosity, because you talk a lot about speech and debate, which I think is a phenomenal thing to be a part of. I think everybody should do it at least 1 year. But you also want to be an attorney. Did you want to become an attorney because you learned that you had a talent in this area, or did you already want to be an attorney and said, I need to go get into speech and debate?
I think speech and debate helped a lot. I can absolutely say that. I think maybe going into it, I had an inkling. I thought maybe this could be something I could do because I had already known the benefit that it can provide. What I think speech and debate taught me, and probably more accurately, what the people in speech and debate taught me, is that this is something that legitimately I can do, as opposed to just a faraway career option. As you get towards that upperclassman year, you're like, oh shoot, I actually got to pick something. And speech and debate really set in stone for me, like, okay, I have the path to do it. I can take the steps to get better at these skills, to know exactly what I need to do. So while I won't say speech and debate is the reason that I'm going to be an attorney, what I will say is that it's the reason that I think I can be an attorney.
Very good answer. Thank you. You guys were wonderful. I am going to give Trustee Henry one more opportunity. Trustee Henry, are you on?
I am here. I hope you can hear me.
I can. Do you have anything for these amazing students?
I do not. I was thankful to hear their report. Love to hear what's happening at schools throughout our district. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, so as stated in the adoption of the agenda, we've moved a few things around. So we're going to move on to 4.02, the strategic plan. I want to give everybody an opportunity to turn in a public speaker card if they haven't done so already. This would be a good time to do that. Once we start the presentation, we will no longer be accepting speaker cards for this item, which again is 4.02. Okay, fantastic. We will go ahead and turn it over to the district for presentation.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. You know, on a day like today, especially having Damara and Logan here and think about the strategic plan, and I think about my first day as an educator in the district 36 years ago. I was a brand new teacher at Von Tobel Middle School, and this was my destination district. It was my place that I was looking forward to working and becoming part of. I had my roster in hand. My principal had set me on my path and said, you're going to teach 7th grade mathematics, as well as a little bit of, not computer science at the time, but some programming, working with an experienced teacher. And so I had a small roster at that moment in time. But I had a heart, and I knew that I wanted to help the entire community. And so we fast forward today. The roster is a little bit larger in our school district, and the challenge that face our students and our educators in today's environment is much different than it was 36 years ago. Yet we know the vision and the dreams for our students has not changed. We want them to be successful, productive citizens across this community. We want our parents and guardians to see CCSD as the first choice for their children because they know what's possible. We want the business owners to say the quality of our schools is the reason they decided to locate in Southern Nevada. And in short, the Clark County School District, we want to make sure that the entire community knows and feels pride when they say CCSD. For decades, our narrative was defined by rapid population growth, and we were constantly in a race to build schools. Today, as enrollment shifts here and across the country, we have a unique opportunity. We can move from keeping up to intentionally designing for excellence. The good news is that we've shown the world that we are on the move. After a period of modest academic growth, our collective efforts are beginning to yield meaningful results. The gains in the graduation rate outpace the entire state of Nevada. The gains in graduation rate outpace the charter schools. We all should be very proud of that, and when people ask, we need to make sure it's front page. Simultaneously, our elementary schools, our teachers in the workforce, our middle schools, our high schools, our student proficiency overall improved in both math and literacy and in all groups of students. That is attributed to 44,000 employees that come to work every single day. Over the past year, this team of 12, we built on that momentum by focusing on the core four, making sure that we had priorities in pre-kindergarten, early literacy, middle school math, and workforce and college readiness. But we know we still need to do better. We need a strategic plan that is ambitious enough to answer the community's call for transformation, yet nimble enough to adapt as technology and global dynamics evolve. The plan we're presenting tonight was co-designed with our community. We spent months listening to 50,000 parents, guardians, students, staff, industry leaders, and the entire Southern Nevada community. We heard their dreams and crafted specific strategies to help students achieve them. Our new strategic plan is entitled Destination District. This is our 5-year commitment to transforming our schools into safe, supportive places where learning sparks joy and students are ready to build a home, a life, and a future. While we're proud of this plan, we also acknowledge a simple truth, and that is there's no perfect plan. As any leader will attest, when you're in the business of continuous improvement, you never arrive. The goals attained in this plan are intentionally ambitious, yet firmly achievable. While there will always be difference in perspectives, this plan reflects the collective input, collaboration, and shared vision of our parents, guardians, students, staff, industry leaders, and the entire Southern Nevada community. For the presentation of the strategic plan tonight, we will have Deputy Superintendent Felicia Gonzalez, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Jesse Welsh. We also have our amazing Chief Strategy Officer, Dr. Anna Colquitt. Following the presentation, I'll have a closing, and then we will answer questions from the Board of Trustees. We're also prepared to hold a press conference after, immediately following the vote of the trustees. And in closing, what I want to make sure for tonight, this plan is a North Star. It is, are we all signed off on this is the direction that we're headed as a community, as Southern Nevadans, and where do people see themselves in this plan? It is not a how-to. It is not an implementation. Tomorrow we're going to start doing X, because we will be co-designing that with our community. But this is our dream, this is our North Star, where we're headed, and with that, please go ahead and move forward.
Madam President, members of the board, tonight we have the great honor of sharing Clark County School District's strategic plan. We aren't just looking at a 5-year plan, we are looking at a shift in the story for the students of the Clark County School District, and we are thrilled to share it with our community tonight. As we refocus from keeping up to intentionally designing excellence, this plan is our commitment to becoming the place that students, families, and educators choose because they know what is possible here. Before we dive into the specific goals of the plan, it is important to look at the success criteria we established at the outset. These criteria shape the questions we asked of our community, the priorities we chose, and the final test we use to ensure the plan delivers on what we set out to achieve. First, keeping students at the center. This means that every decision was weighed against its direct impact on student engagement and readiness. If a strategy or step in the process didn't clearly move the needle on outcomes like literacy or workforce preparation, it wasn't prioritized. Second, we focused on valuing our people. We recognize that for CCSD to be the destination district, we have to be the employer of choice. This plan includes specific commitments to ensuring our educators and staff feel safe, respected, and professionally fulfilled because their success is the foundation for our students' success. Third, we aim to build community and trust. We didn't just want a plan for the community, we wanted a plan by the community. By involving a massive cross-section of our community, we've ensured that these priorities reflect the actual needs of Southern Nevada. Finally, we prioritized clarity and momentum. We've all seen plans that are too vague to be actionable, and our goal here was simple. The plan must provide a clear, specific direction that motivates immediate progress. This plan wasn't written in a vacuum. It was co-designed by the people who call Southern Nevada home. We launched an incredibly ambitious engagement effort, reaching 48,000 survey participants, holding dream sessions with over 1,000 community members, and conducting 112 community interviews with business leaders, nonprofit representatives, and elected officials. By deploying a survey in 130 languages and coordinating 11 regional dream sessions, we opened the door to a high volume of direct input, including perspectives from 30,000 students. When we looked at the data from 50,000 community members, the message was remarkably consistent. It is clear our community is deeply invested in the quality of our schools. Our community isn't just asking for better test scores, they are asking for a vastly different student experience. They care deeply about the foundations of learning, like reading, writing, and math. They want learning to feel real through career-connected experiences. They want every school to be a safe, supportive hub where students feel seen. And perhaps most importantly, they want to do this work together in partnership. The findings on the following slides represent the three major themes that emerged from these thousands of voices, which are all captured in our What We Heard So Far report. The first major theme from our community was a call for learning experiences that prepare students for life. Our families and students were very specific. They want to focus on both foundational academic skills and durable, life-ready skills. We heard a strong desire for career-connected, hands-on, and experiential learning. Students told us they want their time in the classroom to feel relevant. They want more voice and choice in their education and expanded access to extracurriculars and enrichment that sparks their interest. Essentially, they are asking us to balance high expectations with the clear accountability and support needed to reach their goals for their future. The second theme focuses on environments of our schools. Our community knows that students can't learn if they don't feel safe and connected. Safety first, connection always was a recurring sentiment. We heard about the need to meet students' emotional, mental, and physical needs through individualized attention. But this isn't just about student support. Our community recognizes that when educators feel valued, students thrive. The final theme is about trust and shared responsibility. Our community is asking us to rebuild trust through consistency, clarity, and follow-through. They want our schools to be seen as hubs of the community, places where transparent communication is the norm and where we celebrate the good news of our students' success. They are calling for strategic, reciprocal partnerships where the responsibility for student success is shared between the district, the family, and the community at large. As one participant put it, we need a strategy to show the community the real quality that already exists here while fixing the barriers that hold us back. As we walk through each priority in the plan, you will see these takeaways from the community come to life in our strategies. This is our Destination District CCSD Strategic Plan for 2026 through 2031. We are not starting from scratch with this plan. It builds on the momentum from Superintendent Ebert's first year, including the 100-day plan, the Core 4 bridge work, rising graduation rates, philanthropic investment, improved communication, and outside recognition. This plan is ambitious, but it is also grounded in real progress already underway. As we go through this plan, I want to center us on the plan's intended purpose. Our plan is a communications tool, an alignment tool, and a decision-making framework. Ultimately, it is our North Star. It keeps our efforts focused, our decisions consistent, and our results transparent. This is the foundation of our strategic plan. It is rooted in a few core beliefs. We believe that strong academics are the foundation for every future. Yet academics alone are not enough. We must provide a foundation that ultimately leads to opportunities for all students. And we know that opportunities need an environment to grow, which happens when students feel safe, supported, and connected. We listened to our students, families, community, and partners and translated that feedback into a clear plan. This is our 5-year commitment to transforming our schools into safe, supportive places where learning sparks joy and students are ready to build a home, a life, and a future. Our direction is clear, and these are our 3 priorities. First, academic excellence. This is about accelerating proficiency in reading and math through rigorous instruction and moving toward engaging instructional models where students demonstrate mastery, not just seat time. Second, career-connected learning and durable skills. Students crave learning that feels relevant. Every student should graduate confident in their path, equipped with durable skills like critical thinking and problem solving that the modern workforce demands. Finally, safe and supportive schools. We are committing to learning environments that are joyful and future-ready, where every student and employee feels safe, known, and connected. The plan itself highlights these 3 priorities and identifies specific strategies and performance indicators for each that will hold us accountable for every promise we make to our community.
So priority 1 is the heart of our mission, which is academic excellence. Where our students achieve academically so they can succeed today and be prepared for their future. So to reach our destination for the priority of academic excellence, we are focusing on 6 specific strategies. Our plan outlines additional goals within each strategy in much greater detail. So our first strategy is academic excellence and innovative learning. Our work here starts upon the current foundation of our Tier 1 instructional materials and elevates student achievement by aligning curriculum, instruction, assessment, coaching, and professional learning. We aim to foster deep engagement and a genuine joy for learning by scaling innovative models like project-based and competency-based education. By integrating emerging AI technologies, we'll provide personalized feedback and cultivate critical thinking. This comprehensive approach assures every student is academically prepared and equipped for their future. Second, we are establishing a premier pre-K program. Our goal is a growing, high-quality, early learning experience that ensures that students enter kindergarten ready to succeed. We will advocate for necessary resources and infrastructure and leverage community partnerships to increase access for our families. Third, to create strong readers, writers, and communicators, we're building upon the solid foundation of the science in reading. We're scaling identification processes and interventions, such as our reading skills centers, to provide research-based support for students with the most significant reading challenges, including dyslexia. Fourth, we are developing confident mathematical thinkers. We're moving towards a coherent pre-K-12 mathematics system that prioritizes building mathematical understanding and developing conceptual knowledge. We'll embed our opportunities for student-led inquiry and productive struggle, mathematical reasoning and discourse, and real-world application, ensuring that students have the foundational skills that they need for algebra and beyond. Fifth, we are committed to inclusive classrooms that support every learner. This means intentionally designing learning environments that make it easier to provide targeted support and intervention and enrichment, including but not just limited to students with IEPs, multilingual learners, and students who have experienced persistent opportunity gaps. Finally, we are prioritizing valuing our educators. This goal includes empowering educators with the tools, training, support to meet the needs of our students and integrating technology to reduce workloads and simplify tasks. We want to leverage existing professional learning time and PLCs for our teachers so they too can improve daily classroom practice and support growth and connection. So to understand the impact of Priority 1, we have to look at what success actually looks and feels like for our students, our families, educators, and the community. For our students, success means they are challenged and supported. They'll feel a genuine excitement to learn because they have a rock-solid academic foundation, they get help when they need it, and they can clearly see how their classroom work connects to their future opportunities. For our families, success means they feel connected as partners in the work of supporting and educating their children. They see CCSD as a true partner in their child's education because we're providing them with meaningful, easy-to-use resources that they need so they can be deeply involved in their child's growth. For our educators, success is about clarity, support, and empowerment. When our teachers are empowered to lead engaging, future-ready learning, they can meet the unique needs of every student. And finally, for our community, success means seeing the district as a source of immense pride, a system that is preparing our young people to lead and contribute to the future of Southern Nevada. Now, while the plan includes a comprehensive list of key performance indicators, here are some of the top-line targets that we've set for 2031. These are bold, smart goals that will move the needle in meaningful ways for our students and for our state. We aren't looking for just 2 to 3% growth. We are targeting a 60% increase in K-3 literacy and a 50% increase in grades 3 through 8 math and literacy over the next 5 years compared to our current proficiency levels. And I want to take a moment to put these goals into context. Think about if Apple or Google announced on an annual shareholders call that they were planning to increase their earnings by 60% over 5 years, and that they had a plan to achieve those goals. From that business context, I think it would be safe to say that these are specific, measurable, and achievable and bold targets. We picked these targets because the data are clear. If a child isn't reading proficiently by the end of 3rd grade, their path to graduation becomes significantly harder. Starting around 3rd grade, we know that students shift from learning to read to reading to learn. We also know that being prepared for Algebra 1 by 8th grade is a strong predictor of future success for being on track for graduation and college and career readiness. These targets represent our commitment to ensuring every student has the foundational skills to access high-level coursework later in their journey. We're also looking at how learning happens. By 2031, 100% of our schools will implement future-ready learning models. That means students will demonstrate what they know through opportunities such as engaging exhibitions, capstones, performance tasks, and competency-based learning. Similarly, 90% of classroom observations will demonstrate strong delivery of developed, scaffolded, and engaging content that is aligned to grade-level standards, leading to student ownership and attainment of mastery. And we're holding ourselves accountable to supporting all students, including those in pre-K, our multilingual learners, and students with disabilities. We are targeting a 60% on-track rate for English proficiency for our multilingual learners, and ensuring that 60% of students with IEPs are learning in general education classrooms for at least 80% of their instructional day. To reach the destination, we believe that excellence is only achieved when it includes everyone.
Our second priority centers on career-connected learning and durable skills for life. Our destination is a district where students graduate with durable skills, a clear path forward, and the credentials needed to enter their chosen field, or they're ready for college. This is the boldest area of our plan and the space where we will become a national leader. To ensure our students graduate ready for the future, we are focusing on 5 core areas under our second priority. Again, this is a comprehensive list of strategies and actions for each of these 5 areas that are included in the plan. First, we are ensuring that our graduates leave the Clark County School District with skills, credits, or credentials that open doors. A high school diploma should be a launch pad, not a finish line. We are focusing on every student earning a marketable asset, whether that is a college credit, a Nevada State Seal, an industry credential, a durable skills portfolio, or a military pathway. Our goal is to equip every student with practical skills and qualifications so they feel confident securing a job, going to college, enlisting in the military, or otherwise contributing to our community. Second, we are building a pre-K-12 continuum of career-connected experiences. Career readiness doesn't start in the 12th grade. It starts with career engagement at the elementary school level and continues with career exploration in middle school. By the time our students reach high school, they will have access to hands-on work-based learning and job shadowing experiences through strengthened partnerships with our Southern Nevada target industries. Third, we are prioritizing durable skills for a changing world. We've heard from our business community that technical skills are only half the battle. Using the portrait of a Nevada learner, we are embedding skills like communication, adaptability, and resilience into our daily instruction, allowing students to demonstrate these abilities through authentic projects and learning experiences. Fourth, we are ensuring access across every zip code. Opportunity cannot be a matter of geography. We aim to provide greater access to advanced coursework and programs of interest for all of our students, including those in our rural areas. Finally, we are empowering employees so that they are prepared to lead what's next. We are creating innovation structures that allow our staff to scale the best classroom experiences. Through teacher experiences with local businesses, our educators can gain the firsthand industry knowledge they need to make classroom experiences feel relevant for all of our students. When we talk about what success feels like for career-connected learning, we are describing a shift in the student experience. For our students, it feels like a pre-K-12 journey where learning is directly connected to real opportunities. As they move through our schools, they develop durable life-ready skills along with the voice and agency they need to navigate change and shape the future they choose. For our families, success means having clear pathways, stronger guidance, and more meaningful choices for children's futures. They should feel confident that the education their child receives is a direct bridge to a career and/or to college. For our employees, it means having more opportunities to connect classroom learning to the workforce. They play a vital role in helping students explore careers, build practical skills, and prepare for what comes next. Finally, for the community, success means seeing a generation of graduates equipped with experiences and credentials needed to contribute to Southern Nevada's future. Through this, our local businesses and community organizations are active partners, co-creating the very opportunities that guide student success. Our accountability for this second priority is anchored in indicators that capture a student's readiness for the world. First, we are targeting that 60% of our high school students will earn the College and Career Ready diploma by 2031. This means a majority of students meet the rigorous course and assessment requirements that prove they are prepared for post-secondary success. Second, we are committing to 100% of our graduates leaving with a marketable asset. We want every single CCSD diploma to be backed by a tangible asset that the workforce, higher education, and the community value immediately upon graduation. To reach these top-line goals, we have to start earlier and track progress more specifically. By 2031, 100% of our 8th graders will complete a destination-ready academic plan, helping families make informed choices about high school pathways that align with a student's strengths. We follow that up in 9th grade, where 100% of our students will update that roadmap over the course of their 4 years in high school, alongside their counselors and their families. Finally, we will closely monitor shifts at the classroom level. We are targeting that 90% of classroom observations will show durable skills like communication and critical thinking, intentionally embedded into daily lessons. Our third priority is the foundation for all learning. Our destination is a district where students learn in safe, supportive schools where they are known, valued, connected, and ready to thrive. At the heart of our mission is the belief that education should be joyful, transforming our schools into places where every student, employee, and family member feels eager to walk through the doors. We are moving toward this destination through 5 target areas. First, we are building welcoming schools with community-based support. This means deepening our collaboration with municipalities and nonprofit partners to expand essential wraparound services, including mental health, physical wellness, and nutrition, while actively reducing administrative hurdles to ensure our collective resources reach those in need more efficiently. Second, we are ensuring students are known, valued, and connected because we know connection is our primary tool for engagement. We are moving beyond just offering activities to purposefully expanding extracurriculars that reflect student interests. Because every student needs a champion, we are building structures to ensure students can get guidance and support when they need it. Importantly, we are proactively increasing cross-system partnerships to provide wraparound supports to all students, including our students in foster care or those experiencing homelessness. Third, we are creating safe, respectful, and consistent school environments by redesigning our code of conduct and ensuring our staff are trained to apply it effectively and consistently across our district. By utilizing early warning systems and a consistent multi-tiered system of supports, we address behavioral and academic needs before they become obstacles. Finally, we are optimizing operations to reinvest savings into classroom supports. Fourth, we are committed to sharing CCSD's success, elevating the voices of our students and families, and celebrating the incredible bright spots in our community schools. Finally, we are creating a workplace where employees thrive, because we know that when our 44,000 employees feel supported and safe, they are best equipped to support our students. For this third priority, success means students feel safe, supported, and connected. Families feel informed, heard, and included. Employees choose CCSD as the place where they are respected, valued, and empowered. And the community sees CCSD as a trusted partner. For priority 3, we have set bold top-line indicators to reach our destination and measure our progress by 2031. We are aiming for 95% of our students to report feeling safe at school and 95% of our students to report feeling known, valued, and connected. These are essential indicators of a healthy learning environment, and we will track them annually through our district-wide survey to ensure we are closing gaps in student connection. To hit those goals, we are tracking specific connection metrics. We are aiming for 96% of parents to report feeling welcome and 93% to see the school as a true partner in education. Each year, our district advisory councils will present a key decision they help shape to this board. And lastly, we are committing to 100% school participation in community partnerships that directly align with our strategic plan.
This plan is only meaningful if we measure progress, act on what we learn, and stay focused on results. To ensure we stay on track, we are committing to 4 key pillars of accountability. First, we will keep you posted. We aren't going to wait until 2031 to check our progress. This board and the public will receive regular, transparent updates so you can see exactly how we are moving toward the specific goals we've shared tonight. Second, we will be honest. We will celebrate our wins, but we will also be the first to point out where we need to change direction, provide more support, or enhance the work to overcome obstacles. Third, we will work as one team. This plan breaks down silos. We are ensuring that every school and every department is moving in the same direction, turning these high-level ideas into the daily actions that happen in our classrooms. And finally, we will stay flexible. The world changes rapidly, and our students' needs change with it. If a strategy isn't yielding the results our students deserve, we will adjust our approach to ensure we hit our 2031 targets. We are ready to do the work to ensure CCSD truly becomes the destination district for every student, family, and educator in Southern Nevada. By 2031, we will measure our success by the tangible results in our students' lives. This slide outlines our high-level targets for the next 5 years for our 3 priorities: academic excellence, career-connected learning and durable skills, and safe and supportive schools. We will report metrics according to the federal student group designations and also for our foster youth and military-connected students in order to support student success for all students. Trustees, as we conclude the presentation of our strategic plan, I want to leave you with our theory of action. It makes the logic of the plan clear. If we do these things well, students, families, and employees will benefit. If we hold ourselves to the success criteria we discussed at the start, keeping students at the center, valuing our people, building trust, and creating clarity, and if we focus our energy boldly on the things our community asked for most, academic excellence, career-connected learning, and safe, supportive schools, and we are honest about our progress along the way, then we will become the destination district. This isn't just about becoming a district that people have to attend. It's about becoming the district that students, families, and employees choose because they know exactly what is possible here. The world is evolving and our schools will lead the way. This is our 5-year commitment to transforming schools into safe, supportive places where learning sparks joy and students are ready to build a home, a life, and a future. This is our destination.
Thank you. Two amazing deputies, Dr. Welsh, Deputy Gonzalez, and Chief Strategy Officer Anna Colquitt. Trustees, thank you for allowing us to bring this strategic plan to you this evening. As we move forward together, I want to reemphasize, and hopefully by tonight it's ingrained, our first pillar, academic excellence, tackling their consistent grading policies, meeting the diverse needs of our students, using AI safely, and other innovative programs so our educators can do their work more efficiently as well. Project-based learning, you heard tonight from our 2 students that were here. I think they modeled the future of this plan and where we're going. The career-connected, second, career-connected learning and durable skills, financial literacy, critical thinking, problem-solving, Nevada Portrait of a Learner, and the largest component of a marketable asset, that all of our students have something tangible that they leave with and they can move right into the path that they choose. And third, you don't see this in a lot of district plans because we bumped our plan up against other large urban districts to see, but we know it is top of mind in our community with our teachers. We've heard it, our safe and supportive classrooms, our schools, and the entire community. And so enforcing consistent behavior standards to ensure fairness and accountability, we need to get tighter in that area. We want our students to know that they're known, valued, and connected by participating in activities. And we want to make sure that they know that they have a path and they have an advocate with them moving forward. It's an ambitious plan. It absolutely is, but I know the team here in CCSD can move forward. And so our call to action for everyone is through collaboration, accountability, and a collective belief that every student in the Clark County School District deserves the opportunity to thrive. So Madam President, members of the board, thank you again. We're deeply grateful for the time tonight, and we are open to all of the questions that you may have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Bless you. Thank you, Madam President. Well done, Superintendent. We 12 have been on a journey, especially this last year, and I know that selecting you unanimously was our best choice and moving forward. So, one, I just want to say thank you for you and the team for adopting the suggestions that we gave. I really appreciate that. I can notice it in this final draft, and also for making it easier to digest. It is evident. Thank you for using terminology that a mom at home could understand. My question has to do with the multilingual and the diversity. I know that, does the plan include being able to have a dashboard that many different diverse languages would be able to understand?
Trustee Bustamante Adams, thank you for your question. So we do have a strategy specifically around sharing information, key data, and metrics with our community through a transparent, easy-to-use dashboard. So yes, that is emphasized in the plan.
And then I know we're not discussing the how because this is our North Star, but do you envision multilingual, the diverse language, the world works here type, a theme? So yes.
Yes, absolutely. So I think when we say transparent, easy-to-use dashboard, it has to be accessible for our community. So
Okay.
that is certainly of utmost priority.
Thank you.
So yes.
And Madam Superintendent, my question is, we know that one of the things that we face as a challenge for the entire state is our funding for education. And so did any of that come into the plan where you, because this is bold, but if we were to stay flat, is this still achievable?
Thank you for that question. If you'll remember, the board did approve, working with our partners, we do have an innovation fund. Philanthropy did come to the table and provided the school district $6 million to help launch this plan. And so we will start moving in that direction if it's adopted this evening to use those funds. But I do want to also lean in that we have no intention for flat funding in our state. We need to work with our legislators because every single time the legislature has invested in education, we've increased student achievement. 100% of the time for the 3 decades that I've been here, every single time, student achievement has gone up. So we need to continue with that same trajectory.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Barone.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll say I'm very I'm buoyed by this this plan. It's a very ambitious plan, but I do think it's achievable. I'm knocked out because, as a teacher of history, I noted with my students, we would actually discuss things like compulsory education, but it seems like our system, and this is not a knock against CCSD, I think it's a systematic thing across our country. We still educate the school year as if we were still an agriculturally based society. I don't know about you, but I didn't grow up on a farm. But we still do a farm system type of a school year. We still progress children as we did at the very beginning here of the age of industry. And that was a couple of ages ago. We're in the age of information. It seems like education has been stuck in an old way of thinking. This I see as an evolution. And I'm especially buoyed because of the plan to address the pre-K, because of course, that's something that I believe in wholly, especially with my experiences. I'm a high school teacher, but in the past few months and the last couple of years, I've actually had a chance to visit elementary, especially kindergarten and first grade classrooms, and I'm always shocked. There's always a few kids that seem to be markedly ahead of the rest of the children in these classrooms and when I ask the teachers, hey, who are these? Here I am again reading what's it called? The three, not the 3 little pigs, it's the 3 little javelinas, right? Here I am reading the 3 javelinas to a pre-K, and I have these 4 little kids out of the 12 that I'm reading to who are asking about what is the coyotes, what is the motivation? And I'm thinking to myself, this is a kindergarten classroom, and they're talking about motivation. And then when I talked to the teacher afterwards, she says, "Oh yeah, those were the kids who were in our pre-K program last year. And they're definitely a couple steps ahead of the rest of the children. So we know that there's a lot of low-hanging fruit there to be gathered. From that level, I'm also buoyed here on the screen here where it says career-connected learning and durable skills. I'm really, one thing that's really encouraging me is that we're actually now I always push college as a high school teacher. I always try to push kids into post-secondary college whenever they can do it, but not everyone necessarily needs to go to college. We know this. If Benjamin Franklin were alive, I think he'd be happy to see this screen because those are the kind of things that he advocated for. And I point out that in other countries, in Cuba, of course, if you have children who are, they're adolescents who are 14 and 15 years old, and they show a lot of promise, at 15 and 16 years old, they're already entering medical school. No, not college. They're actually entering medical school. So if their kids are doing it in Cuba, can our students, achieve at a younger age? And I think the answer is very obvious, yes, they can. Obviously, there is a question coming here. Yeah, I know, I'm getting to it. So, hey, this is important, If we're talking about evolutionary change, and that's what this is an evolutionary change. That's what we're looking at. That's what we expected out of our leadership. That's what's being presented to us, and that's what's up here for discussion and possible adoption. I guess the change is, are we going to see? Are we anticipating more of a flip? Because most of our, especially our secondary schools, they're more geared towards an actual a college track, or I should say, I guess a college prep. But we're actually doing something to really address the work readiness here, right? That's going to involve a shift in that direction. That's the question. It's a heck of a question, really.
Thank you, Trustee Bruno. I can speak to that. I mean, I think to a large effect, yes. I think one of the things that we see very clearly, particularly at our secondary level, is we need to be able to increase opportunities for students to really be able to engage in learning that is more hands-on, that is aligned to their specific areas of interest. We talk about every one of our students being able to walk out the door of high school, not just finishing high school and feeling like that's a close in a chapter, but very clearly on a path toward what the next step is for them, whether that's college, whether that's career, whether that's military, whether that's some other type of service, whatever it may look like, and making sure that we're empowering students, particularly when I think at the high school level, with those experiences, those opportunities such as internships, such as job shadowing, like all of those kind of things so that they have those skills that they're prepared for and engaging in more of those types of learning opportunities as opposed to some of the more traditional methods.
Thank you very much. And I really do believe that, again, our very best kids, you saw some of our very best kids. They stack up well against anyone else's very best kids everywhere, right? I think what we're doing is lifting, how should I say, from the grassroots. And thank you very much. And I really appreciate, Madam Superintendent, how you're leaving no one behind. Thank you so much.
Trustee Biasotti?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm excited and hopeful to see this. I heard a response to every doubt and concern from raising academic standards to addressing retaliatory climates for our staff in schools. And I trust the leadership we chose, so much so that I moved my smaller children from private schools to CCSD schools for the first time. I do have one question. How often will we be receiving updates to see how the plan is moving along?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Biasotti. So we are working on our cadence right now for reporting. So it will be on a regular cadence. It'll be in a similar structure to what you're receiving now, where we will report on components of the plan. As you see, the KPIs are tracked with the strategies. And so we'll report on a regular cadence within each of those strategies and metrics.
Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you to Superintendent Ebert and your team. This is exactly what the community has been craving. This is exactly what our parents and our students have been asking for. And so I'm really excited to see this roll out. I had three questions I wanted to ask was, I know there was an extensive amount of community partners that were asked and surveyed. How many community partners were involved in this process?
Thank you for your question, Trustee Dominguez. Over 50,000 community members were engaged in this process and developed the plan alongside us.
That is really, really awesome to hear. And I'm sure they had many things to say, and similar to our inquiries too, is we all just want our kids to succeed. We all want our kids to have these skills leaving CCSD. And so I guess what my question would be is, how early would these durable skills start?
Trustee Dominguez, thank you so much for that question. We are going to work to start embedding these durable skills as early as pre-K.
That's awesome, great to hear. And I want to add to that is, how are we measuring these durable skills? Because there are plethora of skills that we could all probably in this room mention a million of them. How are we going to be measuring and honing in on what's the important skills to go?
I love that you asked that question, because students will be able to demonstrate these durable skills in different ways, whether it's through a project or whether it's through some other type of demonstration. Students are going to have an opportunity to demonstrate them in different ways. And that is actually something that is in alignment with the Portrait of Nevada Learner.
Thank you.
Trustee Zamora?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. I am very excited too about this. I think it is a great start. We haven't had, the last time I think we had a strategic plan, it ended in 2024. So we've just kind of been floating by, and I'm really excited to at least start putting goals in place. I want to ask a little bit more about a few questions. Meaningful resources for families. How do you imagine that, going more into detail? And I know the whole thing is broad, but just kind of the meaningful resources, and then if you can go more into details about how to work with community partners, especially the municipalities.
Trustees Moore, I can touch on resources for families. So, I mean, I can share that some of the feedback I know we've heard from parents throughout this process is, I mean, they truly want to be able to help their students to learn, but we've not always been very successful in, providing them with resources that they can utilize, providing them with tools, giving them information to help them. And so I think a big piece of that is looking at all of the things that we have within our curriculum and being able to, identify ways that we can help support our families, provide them with those kind of things. Like I think about, a parent who may be, trying to help their early elementary student learning how to read. Like, not everybody knows how to do that or what they should be doing. Another big piece of that, I think, is also really leveraging, as you mentioned, our community partners. And I know there's a lot of great work, particularly at the elementary level, that is already starting at this point in time, to be able to spread that across our community. I think it's very important that we leverage all of our different entities out there that can help support with that work. Like, again, it seems maybe commonplace for a lot of parents to say, hey, I know I should be reading with my student every evening, but not everybody does that, and not everybody feels comfortable with that. So finding ways within the actions that we're taking to provide parents with those resources, with the skills that they need to be able to do that, and leveraging our community partners as well.
And Trustee Zamora, I'd like to add to that I know that Kirsten Sear is also working on ways to reduce those what they call red tape, red tape that everyone talks about, so that we can work more closely with our community partners. We have many community partners that are in the audience today and that are listening online. We've already begun to communicate with them that we cannot do this plan alone. We need everybody to lean in. So if everybody wants to know their part on how they can reinforce reading, reinforce durable skills, etc., we are prepared to start communicating that out very soon.
Thank you for that. And I ask because there is a lot of much more than just, reading programs and anything in place, right? The biggest thing I think about is transportation for a lot of these families, and, even partnerships with RTC, how we can expand on those to get students, where they need to go, and those type of topics. I know even SafeKey, like how do we expand on SafeKey, those things. So those are the things I have in my mind. My second question is around our priority 3, safe and supportive schools. So you mentioned a lot of classroom experience for the students, right? We want a great classroom experience. As the facility master plan is being put in place right now, and there's those conversations, the big dream is to have these classrooms that are very bright, very open, but there's also conversations that because of our enrollment decrease, like there's going to have to be hard decisions of, there might be a situation where our classrooms do get full and are at capacity. Like, it's not really a question, but it's just something for us to always keep in mind. And I really appreciate the ending comment you all had about this is a flexible, strategic plan, and we all need to be flexible because we do not know what's really going to happen in the next 2 to 3 years as we're having these conversations. So just that for all of us to keep in mind about the flexibility, and thank you for being open about that flexibility. Thank you.
Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen.
So I know that people don't see the amount of hours that it takes to lift this and all of the probably brainstorm iterations and iterations and iterations for us to see this. So I do want to really thank our superintendent and thank your amazing team to really bring this to us. It is a big, ambitious plan. I really want to elevate some of the dream sessions that I attended and actually sat next to students and parents. It was really fascinating because, and I will get to a question, but I have to lead in. They talked about the differences between schools. They talked about the differences in the environment, the actual facility. They talked about even the difference in their maybe learning experiences, which you guys alluded to, which I appreciate, heard that loud and clear. And then I also heard students talk about like even the difference, and we heard it, I think with our student superintendent council, the access to information. So I think that was a big piece. So what I want to go to is to slide 16. If we could go there to slide 16. Even though it says college, or it says career connectedness, learning and durable skills, the strategy for access across every zip code for every student, it just rings to all of this plan, right? And it rings to the conversations that when I was sitting next to students and parents. So I want to go to really, we don't know what that's going to look like as an implementation, but as Trustee Zamora was stating about the facility master plan, really it's interesting to me to ask you all about what does that really look like, not just for this particular strategy, but for all of the things in our experiences for our students and our families that are very different from one school to the next. And then I have a follow-up after that.
Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen, I'll speak a little bit to that consistency piece, because I think when you look at some of the specific strategies and goals we have, even in just the educational excellence piece, it's about ensuring that consistency across all classrooms. Now, that does not mean that we're teaching exactly the same in every classroom, right? Like the teachers need to be able to work with the students that are sitting in front of them, recognize their needs, and be able to adapt their instruction, provide the supports that those students need. But having clear and common expectations in terms of grade level academic rigor, like when we walk into any classroom in the school district, we should be on track in terms of where we are with the standards for that classroom, and that the activities that the students are engaging in and that they're working on are on grade level par. As well as making sure that there's that high level engagement. Again, our teachers work very hard, and sometimes I think they work too hard in that they're the ones doing a lot of the work in the classrooms, And we need to allow our students more opportunities for that academic struggle, productive struggle, where we are challenging them with things so that they can develop their own learning and mastery, and having those kind of consistent expectations across the system. So yeah, when I think of access for all students, it's raising that common floor so that we have those same clear expectations and consistency in terms of the level of instruction across the school district.
Thank you, and I also want to add that on page 29, one of the bullets on the access across every zip code and every student is develop and take action on a district gap analysis that examines geographic areas, including our rural areas, with limited access to advanced pathways. So that is going to be part of what we'll be doing in this plan.
So it's a great segue to my second part. Thank you for pointing that out, because rurals is definitely in a space that it has the same issues as some of our schools that lack certain resources. The thing that I know that we, and actually Trustee Johnson and I just did a community virtual meeting on Monday. And one of the areas that the families and the feedback that we received was the communication piece. So aside from looking at students responding to surveys or parents responding to surveys, I always think about who is not at the table. How are we going to reach those parents that maybe don't go to our website or don't access certain things that we assume that they get to? So I just know that that's an area that we received a lot of recommendations and a lot of feedback from that particular, an hour and 15 minutes? Trustee Johnson. So I just want to know, what is the loop for us to continuously talk and not just it be a survey for those that we don't hear from?
Thank you so much for that question. Because this is something that we also believe in, that communication loop, we actually just recently went out to an RFP on a tool that can consolidate communication, but also provide information to families that puts it in their terms, so it's understandable, all the information that's coming out of a school. There's a centralized place where they not only get information from the school regarding academics, but they also get they can also receive district information. So we envision it as a tool where parents can see all in one place their progress from pre-K all the way through 12th grade.
Just as a follow-up, and I'm making an assumption that it will be provided in many languages.
You are correct.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate so much Mr. Walsh, you said this, that like academics is number one, and Superintendent Ebert, you also said it, right? Like it is the thing that we do best, and so having that at the forefront, and when we are successful, and I imagine we'll be successful sooner than later, you know, this looks like 7 out of 10 kindergarten students will be third graders will be reading and proficiency. More than 6 out of 10 will be proficient in ELA, and 7 out of 10 will be proficient in math. Like that is just community changing as it relates to literacy and numeracy and computation. So I think this plan is a way for us to significantly move our community forward. Also really appreciate that and you said this too, Trustee Bustamante Adams, it's direct, it's digestible, it's relevant. And what I think it will do, my hope is what it will do, it brings back the relevance to students to make sure that they see education as an important tool in their toolkit again. I think, 6 years ago when school stopped, I think some students and families may have thought that education wasn't as relevant as it needed to be if we could just stop it. And so I think this is a great way to re-engage families. And I was also happy to see that families will be a really strong part of the community-connected, career-connected portion, where they have to be part of the 4-year high school plan. And then slide 24, you don't have to go to it if you don't want to, but I really love that slide. It's an easy roadmap to share about holding ourselves accountable. As you probably know, I really love the way to keep ourselves on track to this. And I just appreciate having goals also about the advisory committees and make sure that we are listening, and it shows that the input that they give is important. To my two questions, question number one, this is actually for our work, and this is to you, Superintendent Ebert. What's the way that we can ensure that the messaging is clear and crisp to our community from the 11 of us? Because there's a lot here, and I would imagine we have to say it a lot of times before people will understand it. So what is the way that we can get crisp messaging so we can communicate well?
Thank you. As mentioned, we have an amazing communications team, number one, that will help. And it's not only incumbent upon you as trustees, but also the entire community as the team was talking about. Can you go to the slide, any one of the slides that, has the family, students, all of those? One thing that became very clear as we were iterating the plan and having conversations, and making sure that we got all of our EduSpeak and acronyms out. But we have, at the moment, one-pagers developed for each of these specific groups. There is a document that has a standard, these are our 3 pillars. We all should be able to say them quite quickly, the big rocks. And then, you need to meet the people that you're speaking with, right? You don't want to do a community presentations when you're talking to families. So those one-pagers will exist. We will continue to work. I have a teachers advisory council, I have our student advisory council, I have our parent advisory council, and their work, even up to yesterday or the day before, 2 days ago, Brad's showing me, they were asking about specific words, and they seemed okay to us, and they're like, nope, this doesn't resonate with parents. So that continual feedback, and Trustee Esparza-Strofkin was talking about it as well. That's how we're going to get better at getting better. Not just the autopsy, after 9 months, but the constant, asking how people are doing. I spoke with one of our educators in the audience earlier tonight, and there were some things that were shared of new ways that haven't been presented in the past, but now there's opportunities, and that shouldn't be just afforded to one person. It needs to be afforded to all. And that's the heavy lift that we have. And that we all signed up for. And there's not a couple people, as you know, we have our entire team, region superintendents in the room. We have SASs, we have our assistant superintendents in the room as well. And I'm just, because I see your faces all the time. How many people in this room either took the survey, attended a dream session, or provided us input at any one? Okay, there you go. So we have active community members in here in the room. Some of them have children in the school district and some of them do not. But they want to make sure that we build a system that helps all of Southern Nevada.
I love that. And then the second question, I guess this is to all 4 of you. What's the way that we'll recalibrate the goals once we outpace our targets?
Yeah.
Trustee
right.
Johnson.
Nobody's not,
I'm going home when we outpace our targets.
No. That's not what the contract says. You keep going, we go for more. But in all seriousness, I just want to make sure, I know we're going to, have ways to do it, but I'm expecting us to do work fast. So, will we be recalibrating once we recognize a year and a half in, we're actually going to blow this through the water? What's the way that we do that?
Yeah, I love that question, and very applicable. That's why we were very intentional in terms of how we set the targets, so that it's not, a specific number by a specific year. Like, this plan it's our North Star. It's very strategic, not to be using the pun, but to really make sure that it has that ability to be flexible and be nimble, so that as we see that we are progressing in those ways, that we're able to make adjustments and say, hey, if we already knocked, like I even remember with our previous strategic plan, there were certain elements that we had knocked out of the park very early. Like, I'm thinking of some of our, college and career ready type of measures. Like, we should have been able to have updated some of those midstream and said, hey, we did so great on that, we need to set a higher goal. I think the way that we have this structured, we have that flexibility built in to be able to do that.
Great.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Superintendent and the team, for this very comprehensive and extensive plan, and it's coming at the right time. I have a constituent question for you. Under the Value Our People, what specific strategies are being considered around educator retention? We all agree that if we don't take care of our educators, we can't take care of our students. Leadership development and support for staff serving high needs and multilingual student populations. And I know, again, I'm asking it within the realm of, we know that this is the North Star, the kind of the dream, and not the construction part, as I think I said that to Dr. Colquitt when we were talking. You know, this is more like the plan, but if we could go with that, that's a constituent question.
Trustee Cavazos, I can answer that certainly from a very instructional type of perspective. So again, I think one of the really key things that we need to be able to do is, and in many ways possible, one, making sure that our teachers have the tools, knowledge, skills, training, support that they need to be effective in their roles. And so really making sure that we are minimizing those kind of daily tasks and things that we're doing, trying to automate. I know some of the things that are happening in the space in terms of AI are still very nascent at this point, but continuing to look at and leverage some of those tools to automate some of the things for our teachers wherever possible. Again, using the tools responsibly. I think another critical thing here, and again, it's identified in the plan, is with our professional learning time, our PLC times, really making sure that that is being used properly, being used effectively. Like, we should be well beyond the point of unwrapping standards by this point. The standards are the same, and they've been consistent in most areas and haven't changed. How we are using that time to really meaningfully plan, look at student data, and then plan those lessons in alignment with those data. You know, making sure that our administrators are able to support. And I think a critical thing too is, you know, making sure that our educators understand the why behind some of the things that are happening. Like, we always need to do a better job of making sure that the reasoning behind different things that we're doing is going, and that co-creation process. I mean, you heard the superintendent talking about that, and that's part of why this plan is at such a high level, is because the tactics really involve having to have those people who are on the ground level there. I think all of those help to speak to ways where we can help value our educators, you know, at least from that instructional standpoint, and make sure they have what they need to be successful.
Thank you, Dr. Welsh. When you said you can answer that question, I was pretty sure that you could. And so that was, I only have a brief, and thank you so much for that. I have a brief question of my own. So I said this came at the right time. So I'm sitting in a room and I'm talking with somebody who has moved back to Clark County School District. They've been here before. They had maybe an experience that maybe was not optimal. I won't, you know, specify or anything because it's just kind of a hypothetical. And so I'm showing them this plan and I'm bragging about it. And I'm going through it and I'm showing them all the different aspects. What is it that I could pull out of this plan? Because they're considering homeschooling, they're considering a charter school, they're considering a private school, but I want them to come to CCSD. So what am I going to pull out of this plan? And he's smiling like I just don't like that. I don't care who answers, you know, or anything, but I'm talking to this parent. I really want this parent, let's just say they have 6 children that are CCSD age, okay? And we need them to come to our district.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll just share a couple of things that are very exciting for me. I mean, one, just that progression of, we recognize that importance of helping our students to explore, engage in some of those career and workforce opportunities. That's very hard to do in a homeschool setting. And so working through with some of our community partners to make sure that at that early elementary level, we're exposing students to some of those ideas and things of careers. Middle school, it's really getting into more of that exploration, and then high school, really having opportunities for students to be able to get some hands-on experience with those kind of things. I think that's a critical piece. When we talk about durable skills, that is very significant, and you know, all of those different ways that we can make learning more engaging. I think another piece, and I think you heard it several times this evening, is making sure that there's that joy back in the learning for our students. Like, we want our students to really be involved in learning experiences that are meaningful for them, that are challenging, but that they're also seeing the benefit of those. And so I think that's part of it when we talk about building in those durable skills, portrait of a learner. really making sure we're engaging students. You know, I think about some of the great examples that we already have at some of our schools. You know, just as an example, I was out at Burkholder earlier this week, and they were showing off some of the projects that their students were working on. I had this amazing one that I saw. Again, I'm a little biased, I'm a math guy, but they were doing this exponential growth thing with a zombie apocalypse, you know, and like what the population was.
Sounds good.
Yeah, oh yeah, in Mojave. Yeah, we had a great visit at Mojave earlier this week too. We had like Truth in Advertising, just a random day of the week, but we had someone there from Cirque du Soleil who was sharing with, it was like a health kind of class. Thank you, sports medicine. Got my like phone a friend sitting right here. It's great.
Call a friend.
But you know, they were doing this great activity talking about physical therapy and you know and some of the different things. And again, that was just like a typical day at the school, and having that be more of the norm across all of our entire system. I mean, I think you can see that gets me excited. I think as a parent, that would get me excited to know that our kids are involved in those type of learning experiences on a regular basis daily in our schools.
Thank you so much, Dr. Welsh. And that question was actually asked of me at one of the facilities master plan meetings when they were talking about a couple of the schools that we are going to get new schools, and they were talking about the performing arts and their needs there, and why should we go to this school? And I said, well, look what we're going to get here, except that I didn't have the blueprint yet, so I couldn't show them that yet. That's coming. Thank you so much for those answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to make sure that I acknowledge two other people before we close out the questions for our staff. Again, I spoke about national expertise, looking to make sure that, you know, there's someone else that we can steal something. We love stealing great ideas and making it our own, right? Home means Nevada. But very glad that Chloe Vera is in the audience, and I can't see you, but I got the text that there you are. She and Jessica Roush from the Give Better group. We meet with them as a leadership team every week. They helped facilitate with our amazing partners at the Center for Future Learning. And Sean, you walked in, there you are. Sean Parker is here as well. So I wanted to make sure that they were acknowledged, because they are the ones that, you know, we as a team and the parents and everyone were saying, nope, that's not good enough. And so we need to go back to the, she's smiling because that's what we were saying, go back to the drawing board and get that. So I wanted to acknowledge them this evening as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Henry, do you have anything that you'd like to add or any questions?
Thank you so much, Madam President. It's so funny, the superintendent just kind of answered one of my questions because I can't see, and I know that there are community partners there present. I was going to ask for you all to name some who are present. I know that it's been said that we engage with 50,000 community partners or individuals. I just wanted to know who some of them were. I know you named two, but is there a couple more? Any nonprofits, other businesses?
They're all raising
outside?
their hand in the crowd. In our What We Heard So Far report, we listed, we had legislators, we actually had the governor give input as well. And I'm trying to look for the page, but we had over 100 organizations and individuals, and there it is. Anywhere from Educate Nevada Now to the Clark County Chamber of Commerce to Teamsters Local 14, all of the cities, Boulder City, Henderson, Las Vegas, Mesquite. We have a very long list of those and very diverse list of those that we engaged. And it's on page 8 of our What We Heard So Far report as well.
Thank you so much for that. This has been, thank you for the presentation from the team. It's so much, it's so comprehensive. I have a lot of questions, but when you talk about the safe and supported classrooms in schools, I want to know how we will measure that, and also not only for our students, but for our staff members.
Trustee Henry, could you repeat that question?
Did I lose you all? I'm sorry. I know that we talk about safe and supported classrooms in schools, for our students, but also for our staff members. What measurements or how will we, because we also said that they're known and valued and connected. What measurements, like how will we measure that?
Trustee Henry, thank you so much for that question. For those of you who also may be following along, we have on pages 30 and 31 of our strategic plan. I know that I mentioned when I was presenting some of them, but we have 96% parents and guardians are reporting feeling welcome. We have 93% that feel that the school sees the parent guardian as a partner in education. We have 100%, and so this is related to welcoming schools. 100% of schools offer virtual in-person welcome to CCSD orientation sessions. And we have, let's see, what else is related to that? We have 40%, we have 95% of our grades 4 through 12 students report feeling safe in school, up from 83.9% that was reported in 2025. We have elementary schools, we want to improve our staff perceptions of their physical safety. In elementary schools, we will we want to target it at 80% or achieve 80% by 2031, up from 70% reported in 2025. For middle schools, we are targeting 80% by 2031, up from 48% in 2025. And high schools, also, we are targeting 80% by 2031, up from 53% in 2025.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you sharing that again. I am very optimistic. I also love in here where we said that we will be honest. We will be honest. I would like us to say that we will be transparent as well as we continue to build trust within our communities. So I'm looking forward to continuing to be part of the team and making this the destination district. Like, just work with us, community. I know that there have been some potholes along the way, but I feel like this strategic plan, I'm hopeful. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Henry. I don't see anybody else in the queue. I would like to say that I thought this was amazing. I do have a question. On the dashboard that you're talking about, will there be, maybe not even the dashboard, maybe in the reporting back, like variables that might make some of these numbers go really high or go really low? So for example, like 60% increase in literacy proficiency kindergarten through grade 3. What if, there was a situation where we had for some reason a huge incoming of kindergartners from, they're brand new. So now that number is going to be a little bit skewed if you're looking at third grade, right? Because do you understand what I'm saying? Like, different variables in data can skew the data a little bit. And so to keep it consistent, will that also be provided maybe even during reports back, so that it's really good, accurate data?
Yeah, absolutely, Trustee President Stevens. There's several mathematicians on your team that, like to dig in there. And in fact, we met with the grading committee yesterday and spoke to exactly how, looking at data and parsing it out, there's different ways you can look at it. And so making sure that all of those considerations are taken into the presentation so that you have a full picture and it's not just one slice of the information. But yes, absolutely, that will be taken into consideration, and we will provide it. And I would hope, I'd like to say that this last year we've done that as well, when we've presented you with data and, you know, the various levels that you can look at it.
Thank you. One of my favorite parts about this is that it does appear to be aggressive. I love aggressive goals, and I'm with Trustee Johnson. I think you guys are going to outpace it, so thank you. I think that concludes the presentation. I would ask that we start public comment because we have quite a bit before we entertain a motion. Where are we at? No. This one. Do you have any new ones? No. Okay, first up for public comment on 4.02 is Elena Fabanon. Second is Anna Binder. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Ebert. My name is Elena Fabunan, and as a representative of NV Alice, I want to first acknowledge the tremendous amount of work and community engagement reflected in the Destination District Strategic Plan. The outreach efforts described in the plan, including multilingual surveys, community dream sessions, student advisory conversations, and stakeholder engagement, demonstrate an important effort to listen to the community. There are many strengths within this vision. I appreciate the focus on academic excellence, career-connected learning, durable skills, competency-based learning, literacy acceleration, and preparing students not just academically, but for life beyond graduation. I also appreciate the recognition that students must feel safe, connected, valued, and supported in order to thrive. I especially appreciate the repeated references throughout the plan to communication, trust, community partnership, and meaningful engagement. Those themes matter deeply because strong family and community engagement is essential to rebuilding confidence in public education and strengthening long-term student success. At the same time, those commitments require ongoing transparency and accessibility moving forward. Families and community members cannot engage meaningfully if they do not have timely access to governance materials, implementation updates, accountability, data, and opportunities for authentic feedback throughout the life of this strategic plan, not just during adoption. As the district moves forward, I respectfully encourage leadership to ensure that transparency and accessibility remain operational commitments tied directly to the values outlined in the plan. I also want to respectfully raise several concerns and questions regarding implementation and accountability. While multilingual learners are acknowledged in the plan, I did not see explicit references to dual language programming, biliteracy pathways, seal of biliteracy expansion, bilingual educator pipelines, or measurable multilingual learner outcome goals. That omission is notable given that CCSD serves students representing 114 languages and multilingual learners make a significant portion of the district population. Multilingualism should not only be framed as a support need, but also as a community, cultural, and workforce asset. I also hope the district will provide the community with clear baseline data, annual benchmarks, group reporting, subgroup reporting, and transparent progress monitoring so the public can meaningfully track implementation over time. NV Alice supports the vision of preparing students not only academically, but also as future-ready leaders who can contribute meaningfully to Southern Nevada and beyond. We appreciate the direction of this work and look forward to continued partnership, dialogue, transparency, and accountability as implementation moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Binder. Next after Anna Binder is Vicki Kreidel.
Thank you, Madam President. Anna Binder for the record, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. My son was also in the hallway at Burkholder with his presentation, and I have already told him it was not notable to Mr. Welsh. I'm just kidding. But he did tell me you guys stopped by, and he did not point out he was my son when you passed him. But yeah, I don't blame him. Tonight, this is actually so awesome. So I was a cohort 1 participant when NDE launched with Knowledge Works, the Portrait of a Learner. And I think thanks to me tonight, I was the jerk in about 5 meetings. So they gave us a timeline, and you could put Post-it notes on it with what you thought your biggest priority was in the system, launching it, and getting us literally to where we are today. Mine said, how quick can we implement this? Like, time is of the essence. Because if you looked at it as like a 5-year vision, a 10-year vision across the state, that's 2 generations to me. So I kept moving that to the front on the thing. And then someone kept moving it back. And then I kept, so anyways, long story short, I would not settle, and it stayed at the front of the slide deck. And it's really nice to see that, because here we are tonight, which is only a couple years down the road from the beginning of that project and whatnot. So at the core of that work, it recognized something incredibly important. Children do not all learn the same way, demonstrate mastery the same way, communicate the same way, or move through the educational system the same way. And for families of students with disabilities, that matters deeply. I was really encouraged to see the strategic plan explicitly include inclusive classrooms that support every learner and commitments to improve support for students' diverse learning needs. I also appreciate the recognition of durable skills through the Portrait of a Learner network or framework, including communication, adaptability, collaboration, critical thinking, resiliency, and self-agency. Because for many students with disabilities, those skills are life-changing. And frankly, many special education families have been advocating for years for systems that recognize strengths, growths, individualized pathways, and multiple ways for students to demonstrate success instead of relying solely on rigid traditional models. I also appreciate seeing acknowledgement throughout the plan that students must feel safe, supported, connected, known, and valued. Special education is not separate from academic excellence. It is academic excellence. So when we're meeting the needs of our most vulnerable students, we're meeting every student's needs. The most important part, as you guys have referenced, is implementation, and I am so excited to watch this plan unfold. And I thank Superintendent Ebert for the incredible work that, not just from the state level, but being able to watch this happen right here in our own district. Thank you.
Vicki Krydell, and after Vicki is Jane Audette.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Krydell. I'm a 3rd grade teacher in CCSD. First, I want to say I fully support the goal of academic excellence. As an ELAD certified reading teacher, I can say that I would like to see a reading skills center in every elementary school, just putting my plug in there. Because after running one for 3 years, I saw how it fully supports our struggling multilingual learners in improving their reading. I was also wondering why there is no success indicator for safe and supportive schools that surveys your staff. On the slide, it didn't include that. And Superintendent Ebert afterwards talked about how important it was that the staff feel safe and supported. So I'm like, well, how are they going to be checking that if it's not one of the surveys? Because ultimately, strategic success requires trust, and trust requires transparent communication. Currently, there are some teachers that are finding out about major shifts in their careers through last-minute communication. And in employer, transparency is everything. If the district cannot manage basic internal communication, these high-level strategic goals are effectively dead on arrival. The Brighter Futures Blueprint lists staff excellence as a pillar, yet some of the current actions of the district are driving away the very experience required to mentor new teachers. A plan that prioritizes a shiny future while disrespecting the veteran educators of the present is not a strategy, it's a PR campaign. Educators need to feel like part of the team. We support meaningful change that will benefit our students and families. Please make sure that part of building a destination district for all of us is safety and respect for everyone, including the adults in your school buildings. We want to feel like we matter because without educators and support staff, there is no destination district at all. Thank you.
Folks, thank you. Folks, I want to remind you that this is a business meeting, so we don't do the applause thing. If you agree with her, I think that's great, and you guys can talk afterwards, but we're going to keep this about the business tonight. Next up, after Jane Audette, we have Sylvina Hover.
Good evening. Jane Audette for the record. I'm going to get real specific right now. I want to speak in support of the implementation of positive behavior interventions and supports as part of the multi-tiered system of support. The PBIS framework is now in over 25,000 schools nationwide, and we know that it works. There was a meta-analysis done of 32 rigorous studies that found that PBIS significantly reduces suspensions while improving academic performance. Strong evidence comes from a 5-year study, a randomized controlled trial, which is the gold standard. Bradshaw, Mitchell, and Leaf found that PBIS schools saw significant drops in both suspensions and office referrals. Students were 33% less likely to be sent to the office than kids in comparable schools without PBIS. And it's not just discipline. A follow-up study by Bradshaw and colleagues published in Pediatrics also showed that children in PBIS schools had better emotional regulation and social skills. Regarding equity, research consistently shows that PBIS reduces disciplinary disproportionalities in Black and Indigenous students. A 2025 systematic review also confirmed that it lowers exclusionary discipline for students with disabilities. 33% fewer office referrals, better behavior, more kids in class learning. That's what PBIS can deliver if it's implemented correctly. Research makes it clear that results are dependent on implementation of the framework with fidelity. This framework and implementation is supported nationally by leaders who have been refining the system for decades and working to make it more equitable. Successful implementation requires training and support that is consistent, and that assertion does not come from me reading research. I spent the last 8 years of my career in another district leading the implementation on Tier 3 behavior supports and interventions in my district. This came after I supported the implementation of Tiers 1 and 2 in a framework, in the PBIS framework in elementary school. I have watched this framework in action. Doing this right requires funding that maintains consistency. Having PBIS in the strategic plan is crucial. But the budget is where the rubber meets the road with this. Budget season is upon us, and I'm asking the board to make sure that the district really is investing in safe and supportive schools for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Selvina.
Hello. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Ebert. Thank you for this pivotal work. I know it's a lot. My name is Silvina Jover, and I am a language acquisition and dual language specialist with over a decade of service in this district. I'm also here as a teacher lead for Nevada's. As a UNLV scholar and instructor, I have spent my career studying how we can better leverage our students' funds of knowledge. I am here to address a critical disconnect in our 2026-2031 strategic plan. The plan lists academic excellence and marketable assets as its top priorities, yet by focusing almost exclusively on English exit rates, targeting an 18 exit rate by 2031, we're treating our students' native languages as a deficit to be remediated rather than the premier marketable asset they are. As a destination district, we must ask, a destination for whom? If we want our graduates to be ready for the world, we have to acknowledge that the world is undeniably multilingual. In the United States, only 20% of K-12 students are enrolled in our language class. Contrast that with Europe, where my family lives, they live in Portugal, where 92% of students learn at least one additional language. We are graduating students into a global economy where monolingualism is increasingly a professional liability. 1 in 3 US employers report a language skills gap, and 25% have lost business because they lack multilingual staff. While our plan mentions a Nevada State SEAL as an asset, we're missing the opportunity to build that asset from the ground up through dual language. We cannot claim to offer marketable assets if our graduates are linguistically outpaced by their peers in every other developed nation. The research is clear. Dual language is not just for language acquisition. It is for academic excellence. Longitudinal studies again by Thomas and Collier, prove that students in dual language programs are the only group to consistently close the achievement gap and surpass monolingual peers in both reading and math. Furthermore, bilingualism directly develops the durable skills this plan prizes. The cognitive switching requiring bilingual environments strengthens executive function, resilience, and problem solving. If we truly want to reimagine the student experience and foster intellectual agility, we must move toward an enrichment model, not a remedial one. So I call you all to this action. To be truly unique destination districts, CCSD must lead where others are lagging. I urge the board to do 3 things. First, elevate dual language as a core future-ready model under priority 1. 2, shift our metrics from merely exiting students to sustaining their multiliteracy. And 3, recognize global biliteracy as the foundation of our workforce readiness. Our 114 spoken languages are not a problem to be solved. They're our greatest economic and cultural strength. Let's build a plan together.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on 4.02. I will entertain a motion. Trustee Bustamante Adams?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we approve the Clark County School District Strategic Plan 2026 through 2031.
Do I have a second? Trustee Barone?
Second.
Thank you. Let's vote. Trustee Henry?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion passes. Congratulations. It's a lot of work. That said, we are going to take a 10-minute recess because we have some time dedicated with the press, and then we were going to come back here in 10 minutes and start again. We will start in section 3 at the consent agenda portion. Thank you. go ahead and get started. We're back. Is Trustee Henry still on? Yes? Okay, great. Okay, before I open item 3, consent agenda, does anybody else in the audience need to fill out a public comment card, especially for this item? Okay, I'm going to close that opportunity, and we're going to go with what we have. So we do have a few folks for public comment before we make a motion on the consent agenda. First up, we have Ms. Anna Binder. Second will be Michelle Adams.
Anna Binder for the record, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. For the record, I called in at 5 minutes to 5 last night, so I was not super prepared for signing up in advance. I want to provide some important context regarding tonight's critical labor shortage item. The item is largely driven by Nevada law and the required renewal structure surrounding critical labor shortage designations. It's not about politics. That said, the pattern itself still tells an important story. Every 2 years, the district is back before the board discussing staffing shortages, retention concerns, vacancies, and workforce instability. Not because the issue is manufactured, but because the workforce challenges themselves have remained persistent enough to require ongoing renewals and continued intervention. I think that really does deserve acknowledgement. I know you guys aren't actually discussing it, but if the conversations in your meetings or your briefings and stuff, at some point, I'm sure, especially for new trustees, surround why staffing instability has become such a consistent challenge within public education systems throughout the last couple decades. Because behind every labor shortage designation are real issues: teacher shortages, specialized staffing shortages, support staff vacancies, increased student needs, and the enormous pressures employees continue carrying every single day. I think it's important to recognize that CCSD is not alone. This happens all across the country, where our education systems are experiencing the same things that bring them to the very same conversations for that agenda item tonight. I want to acknowledge our educators, our specialists, our bus drivers, support staff, substitutes, and related service providers who continue to show up every day to keep this district functioning and support our students across the community. I do appreciate the district continuing to address these realities openly, and I hope we continue working toward long-term workforce stability for our schools and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Adams. After Michelle Adams will be Michelle DeMaio.
Madam President and members of the board, my name is Michelle Adams. I'm a retired CCSD elementary principal and currently a 4th grade teacher at Martha P. King Elementary School in Boulder City. I appreciate that the district is trying to avoid a reduction in force and protect currently employed teachers. I also understand that staffing numbers have changed this year. However, I am concerned about the timing and long-term impact of eliminating critical labor shortage positions in elementary education, secondary English, and counseling. Just a few months ago, these positions were renewed and approved by this board because they were considered necessary to support staffing shortages. Now, in the middle of May, experienced educators who are being told those same positions may no longer exist. My concern is that we may be making permanent staffing decisions based on temporary numbers. Historically, CCSD has faced significant vacancies through the summer and into the fall due to resignations, attrition, and enrollment changes. In past years, the district often floated positions through the summer to allow time for staffing needs to stabilize. I believe that this approach deserves consideration, again, before experienced educators are displaced. These teachers stepped in when CCSD needed them most. My hope is that we continue looking for solutions that protect newer teachers while also valuing the experience and stability that extended career educators bring to our schools and our most important resource, our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michelle DeMaio. And then after Michelle will be Jennifer Hiller.
Hello, Michelle DeMeo. The decision seems very rushed and last minute. One would think the school district had an approximate student count months ago. Why is it being decided on May 14th when veteran teachers who worked for the school district for decades weren't given the chance to find other employment? Is this how you treat your most loyal employees? If the plan is to become a destination district, attracting future educators who will be as dedicated as the ones you are releasing with one day's notice. That's it.
Thank you. Jennifer Hiller?
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. I'm Jennifer Hiller. I've been a teacher in CCSD since 1994. I began my career at Cheyenne High School. Now, with 32 years in the district, I'm currently a rehire in secondary English at Arborview High School. I do understand the changes in enrollment and the need to adjust the terms of the critical labor shortage, but what I cannot understand is the timing in the proposal to abruptly eliminate 7 through 12 secondary English altogether. The school year is practically at an end. This proposal does not allow secondary schools an opportunity to adjust the master schedule and account for the teachers they will lose. For 21 years, I have taught AP Literature and been the English department chair at my school. I have led district-level AP PLCs for my peers at other schools for over 10 years. My expertise and value is being simply wiped out without consideration for the larger context of the consequences of this proposal. Before voting on this proposal that was made known to teachers 24 hours before this board vote, please take a moment to pause and ask questions. In January, you voted to extend CLS for 2 years. So why is this happening now? Why are teachers so often the first place we go when we need to cut budgets? How can we show more concern for students who benefit from passionate, devoted, loyal veteran teachers? English is a core curriculum. Abruptly eliminating effective extended career teachers in this subject will negatively impact student outcomes. Seasoned English teachers such as myself implement Tier 1 instruction, adapt to new curriculum, prepare students for the ACT, MAP testing, iReady, AP testing. English is a fundamental subject, and we should not rush to make staffing changes without asking the stakeholders what the consequences will be. Academic excellence is the first item in CCSD's strategic plan. Eliminating CLS secondary English teachers with 24 hours notice is not the step we should be taking to nurture that academic excellence in our students. Superintendent Ebert, you mentioned 36 years in education. So I'm sure you would agree with me that that experience has afforded you the expertise to succeed in your position. Please allow the districts in this teachers in this district that same chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Heckler, you put on your card, you didn't put a.
I'm good either way.
You can either, I know, that's why I'm asking you. You can do this one or 4.01, or you can even do both.
I can do this.
Okay.
Wait a second. Oops. Sorry. For the record, Jeremy Heckler, and I have the honor of serving as the president of NEA of Southern Nevada. I'm here to talk about the politics of process. Process is often covered with the patina of dirt, because many times it is the people at the end of this process who are the ones who are affected the most. The agenda item regarding critical labor shortages is extremely messy, and that ultimately a group of people get hurt. Is it the retirees who come back, or the young teachers who have done nothing wrong? This process has a history that goes back to last school year. It starts with an organization that should have taken a close look financially and developed the infrastructure needed to back the vision of the organization. If projected numbers were going to drop as much as indicated, then everyone should have gone and asked the state to help cushion the shortfall. Then have realistic talks with all stakeholders about what the outcomes were. In the last few months, the messaging regarding RIF and surplus has created more questions and worries than answers. While more often than not, when members ask questions, all I could say was, I don't know, while others say, trust us. Trust us as a go-to is hollow when trust has been eroded. The process should have been more proactive than reactive. There shouldn't be emails and comforting words about what happened during last year's surplus process. A history of dishonesty and distrust from previous superintendents does not go away in a little more than a year. Many of the things outlined tonight should have been discussed with stakeholders in formal and informal settings so the most vulnerable could prepare for it. And a simple phrase we ask teachers to say when a student asks certain questions. That phrase is, "I don't know, but I will find out and get back to you." I don't know is a reflection of humility, but we will figure it out. Going forward, I ask you to be more proactive and transparent in this process and be willing to be vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. So for the consent agenda, I would normally ask for a motion, but I think this time I'd like to make the motion. I'm going to make a motion to approve the agenda with the exception of the addendum 1.01 so that the board can discuss openly now with a possible action. So again, that's a motion to approve the agenda as is, except for the addendum 1.01 that we would pull for discussion and possible action. Do I have a second? Trustee Cavazos.
Just real quick, you just approved the consent agenda. You said the agenda. Can you just clarify? It's for the consent
I
agenda.
apologize. One more time. I'm making a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the addendum 1.01 that we will pull for discussion and possible action. Trustee Cavazos.
I will second that motion.
Thank you. Let's vote. Trustee Henry?
Trustee Henry?
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. So with that, before we can move on to our business item, we will pause for discussion on 1.01. The addendum, which is the Clark County School District critical labor shortage. I'll give time for staff to come up. Is that okay?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, we have our Chief Human Resource Officer as well as our General Counsel, John Okazaki, who can provide you and the public with the status and why we're at where we're at.
Thank you. So we've definitely gotten a lot of calls and emails, a lot of concern, and I get it. I see why. So I guess I'm looking for a little bit more information, helping us understand what exactly it would mean. So my question is twofold. What would it mean if we approved this, and what would it mean for the district and for our educators if we didn't?
Madam President, members of the board, what we'd like to start with to get to that understanding is what the definition of critical labor shortage is, so that everybody has a common base knowledge with the Nevada revised statute.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, John Okazaki, General Counsel for the record. The designation of critical labor shortage comes out of the statutes relating to PERS. If a organization or an agency, a public agency, designates a position as critical labor shortage, it will allow a retired public employee who is receiving retirement benefits from going back to full-time employment and receiving both a salary and full retirement benefits. If there is no critical labor shortage designation for the position, the employee either has to choose between getting the salary or getting the retirement benefits. They can't get both. So the law provides that when the designation of critical labor shortage has to be based on extreme need, meaning there has to be extreme need, shortage of staff to staff these positions. So they set forth criteria, that we would have to establish or that the board would have to agree with to say and assert that a position is a critical labor shortage position. Those criteria are history of the rate of turnover in that position, the number of openings in that position, the length of time the positions have been vacant, the difficulty in filling the positions due to circumstances, and the history and success of efforts to recruit into the position. So what we are doing here today is modifying, or the proposal is to modify our designation, critical labor shortage designation for a few positions because we actually have a surplus in those positions. And in fact, we have hundreds and hundreds of people, of candidates ready to fill those positions. So it is our position that these are not critically labor shortage positions, and it would be disingenuous to move forward with that designation. So in regard to the law, are there any questions about the law?
Trustee Biasotti?
Thank you, Madam President. I don't have a question about the law. My question is, because of the timing behind this and the inconvenience that it has caused, what would we be looking at? What would be the impact to the district if we tabled this item now and revisited it next year to allow our educators to prepare for this change?
So two things. One is we still believe it would be disingenuous to move forward saying that these are critical labor shortage positions when we are going to be reducing in force people from these positions. So if we do not, and this is not designed to specifically address the RIF. It is because we don't have critical labor shortage in these positions. Now, the result of us changing our designation may or may not open vacancies in these positions. As we will describe later, these employees who are currently in these positions can stay in the positions. So it's not designed to just, it's not primarily designed to address the RIF. It is because they're not critically short. However, if we push, kick the can into next year, we will go into a RIF. We will all, in all likelihood, have to go into a RIF with our licensed employees. And based on the current numbers, we would have to give people, terminate their positions, and they would go into a RIF leave of absence. So we are trying to reduce the number of people we have to lay off. And we're using every mechanism and every strategy we can. So this is just, there's two parts of this. One, it's factually correct and factually the right thing to do because these are not short positions. And number two, if it does result in some vacancies because the employees in these positions make choices, we have a lot of people waiting. We have current employees who can take these positions who otherwise will be RIFed.
Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. So my question is about the law. So the law, you said it's in PERS, and right is where the statute is located. And my question is, the NRS just states the process, but the board determines what the critical labor shortage positions are. Is that correct?
The law authorizes this board to designate positions as critically labor short. It must be based on a consideration of the 5 criteria.
Okay. And then my other 2 questions are, when was the last time that we changed the positions that were identified as critically short? And would it be the same process if in the future, let's say in 5 years, 10 years, we're back to a shortage? Is it the same process to put them back on? I hope that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
We can, at any time the need arises, we can come back to the board and either request to put more a position on the critical labor shortage list or take it off. The only rule is that if we designate something as critically labor short, the most that we can do it is for 2 years before it's reconsidered. So in December, we did come to you with a list of all of the positions, and there are quite a few that we designated as critically short. But what happened between that period and right now has changed. And what we have to understand is that this critical labor shortage designation is prospective for 26, 28. So this designation change will take effect on July 1st, 2026 for the upcoming school year, and it's for 2 years, right? So in December, we did come forward and with a list of critically short, critical labor shortage positions. But like I said, those the environment has changed. And with declining enrollment, was worse this year than we necessarily expected and is probably going to continue next year. And with the idea that we have literally hundreds of people looking to start their careers in these positions, we just couldn't go, we couldn't not do this at this time.
And then my other question about when was the last time that we had, how long has it been since you said December, that was of last year?
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Cavazos?
Thank you, Madam President. Are we still restricted to do you want us to just right now be asking questions about the law, or can we go into like what the options are going to be, or can we go into any other discussion? Okay. So, Mr. Okazaki, so I don't have any questions on the law. I think I pretty much understand where you're coming from. So what are the options that are being presented here?
Roanne Triana for the record. Trustee Cavazos, thank you so much for the question. Option 1, these extended career teachers can remain in their current positions at their current school. They will retain their current salary, CCSD benefits, and seniority, but they must notify PERS by June 30th, 2026 that they are no longer in a critical labor shortage position. Option 2, these extended career teachers can apply for a different critical labor shortage position in areas that we have openings, such as special education positions, autism, et cetera. Employees who do not have the special education endorsement may notify the hiring manager of their willingness to obtain that IRC endorsement, and IRC stands for the interim route for certification. They have 3 years to complete that. And any of these extended career teachers can retain their salary and Nevada PERS benefits if they secure a CLS position by the start of the 26-27 contract year. Option 3, this is not our preference, but the extended career teachers can choose to resign from the school district and continue to collect their Nevada PERS benefits.
Thank you. So in reference, going back to what was asked by one of my colleagues and what the repercussions would be if we didn't go forward with this, I'm going to basically just say that we're not saying that we have a guarantee that there would either be a RIF or there wouldn't be a RIF, or that all positions that are being surplused right now would then have a position if we go forward with this change in CLS.
John Okazaki for the record, yes, that's correct. Even if this board changes the designation and the proposed positions, that is no guarantee that we are not going to still have surplus employees.
Okay, I have other questions, but I'm going to defer. I see there's a lot of people in the queue, and I want my colleagues to be able to ask questions too. Thank you so much.
Trustee Barone?
Thank you, Madam President. So for clarification's sake, just for people who might be watching, if they're not quite sure, I know because I've fielded a couple of questions from people in the community that were cutting back jobs, and just to clarify, the reason why we had, just to put it down into layman's terms, the reason why we did the critical labor shortage is because I remember at this time last year, I mean, we were pretty upset in North Las Vegas and in East Las Vegas because we couldn't find enough teachers, qualified teachers to be in our classrooms to educate our children. I know I had kids in school that they didn't have a qualified teacher. The best we could do was come up with the warm body, who was a substitute at that time. But we declared a critical labor shortage that allowed people who were retired teachers, or maybe even a retired principal, people who had a license, they had the ability, and they came back to our rescue. And we have to really, tell these teachers and retired administrators, thank you very much for providing the trained leadership, that know-how that got us back on track. However, things have changed. Things have changed, and we're facing a lower attendance rate next year. We don't have a teacher shortage, right? So I guess the two questions that I have, question number one, we're not eliminating all the critical labor shortage. There's obviously still some places, some areas that we're still going to continue with critical labor shortage, correct?
Trustee Barone, Rowan Triana for the record, that is absolutely correct. Currently, we have about 600 extended career employees, and we have a lot of people, and we're very grateful for their service and support of our kids.
Great. So we're going to continue in some areas, just that in other areas where we have other teachers who are currently employed or they stand to be employed by a district, obviously we have. I mean, I'm happy to say that there are plenty of teachers in that area. So this actually gives the people who are no longer going to be in a designated critical labor shortage classification, we're still giving them a choice whether to continue in their jobs, sans their PERS benefits, but with our with the current health care, which is extremely important. I know a person who's going to be out of health care here pretty soon, and it'd be nice to have a gig with health care. But this is all pretty serious. We're going to give people a chance, if they want to continue employment with us. However, they just won't be able to collect their PERS benefits. Well, they can, but obviously there'll be a consequence to that.
Trustee Barone, you're correct.
Okay.
They will have agency and be able to determine their next moves based on what's happening in their life. So you're absolutely correct.
All right, and finally, I get the feeling, just from my own personal experience, I remember that at the end, towards the end of the school year, we're always shuffling to make sure that our school is going to be fully staffed. The building principal is usually having a tough time figuring out who's going to be there. There still might be other people who retire or otherwise leave the school district between now and the beginning of the new school year. And so there still might be a few more positions that might open up, right? So I guess it's kind of like a waiting game to find out exactly where we're going to be between now and the beginning of the next school year, correct?
John Okazaki for the record. Yes, that's absolutely correct, but I want to remind everybody that this proposal is not only to address RIF. This proposal is to reflect reality of our staffing situation. Based on projected enrollment and staffing needs and the current pool of applicants, we cannot genuinely tell the state that these are critical labor shortage positions.
I get it. Thank you
Regardless
very
of what
much.
happens with RIF.
Yeah, I think it was just a clarification for members of the board, to consider, and of course, members of the audience and people who are watching also to be reminded again. This is not a big thing. We're trying to, if anything, with this by giving people a choice whether to continue or not, right? We're kind of giving a chance, to avoid a RIF, anything to avoid this. Whenever our employees that we do value, but we have to make some hard decisions, and we have to make some choices. Thank you so much.
Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. It was really helpful for you to be very clear about the definition of critical labor shortage. I think, language is important, and I'm pretty literal. And so when to see the words critical labor and shortage together, right, it makes me think that there is a specific need for a very specific thing that we are unable to fill. And so the evidence that you shared was really helpful to help me understand the language. But what I do want to understand, though, is if you could, it'd be helpful for me if you could provide some specificity around what changed between December and now. And I think you mentioned it to some degree, that is like we're forward-looking. But in the 5 months between when we made a decision and then today, if you might be able to provide some like more specifics around how the environment has shifted, or is it just that we're looking at trends forward, and when we looked at the trends forward in December, the forecast was different than what it is now?
John Okazaki for the record. I think what happened was in the fall when the schools did their budgets and staffing, they did it based on projections, and it turned out to be probably worse than they expected. So even in 25, 26, they were probably overstaffed in some areas and needed to make cuts. What we're talking about when we're talking about the surplus is we're talking about the surplus for 26, 27. So we're talking about where is everybody going to sit in 26, 27. And the reason this is a big concern and the reason why we're seeing the surplus numbers that we're seeing is because now the projections for enrollment for 26, 27 is again a low. It's decreasing. It's declining. So they have to make even more cuts now. So when you look at the shrinking need for positions dictated by the enrollment projections and the enrollment realities of this year, and then you couple that with the success of the pipelines that we've all worked so hard to create applicant pools, we have literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people waiting for jobs, and we have existing employees that are surplus, that we're looking to surplus. So again, it's a dramatic change, but it's because we're planning for 26, 27. So not only are we accounting for the realities of 25, 26, but also some unfortunate projections going into 26, 27.
All right, thank you. And then the last part is, would you be able to talk about some of the timing on our end? I know we want to do our best to make sure that we can give information to all parties so that they can plan for their lives, et cetera, make good choices. For us, we have to have information in a timely fashion to be able to make good choices here. Can you talk a little bit about the timing of the communication from you all to us, at least?
Thank you for the question. Following the outcome of this meeting, our plan is to get communication out to the impacted employees tomorrow, letting them know their choices and creating those touch points where we can find out what their intentions are and help them through the process.
And if I understood your question, if you're asking about the timing of bringing this to you on May 14th, 2 weeks before the end of school, as opposed to waiting 2 weeks, summer, any of that, the concern. I'm sorry? Or prior. Okay, so here's what we were doing. Since projections came out for 26, 27, and tentative budgets, and the schools did their budgets, and we realized what type of surplus we were looking at, the primary goal, I think, was to try to save jobs of our current employees. And so we were accessing any strategy we could. Now, we were waiting and waiting because as vacancies came up, we're filling positions. And so that surplus number is getting lower and lower. But at some point, we need to take action and do what we have to do, because if we end up in a RIF situation, we want to provide as much notice to those employees as possible. And the idea of pushing everything back before we kind of pull the trigger and go into a RIF in the summer would mean that we would be providing employees who are getting laid off notice in July that in August they don't have a job. And everyone, superintendent and everyone believed that that would not be the right thing to do to those employees. So it's unfortunate. We've been pushing things off as far as we can to save as many, to do the least amount of damage or harm in all facets. But at some point, we have to pull the trigger. We have to make a decision that we have to is a RIF necessary or not? And we're at that midnight hour.
Thank you. Trustee Satori.
Thank you. I do have a law-related question. So are there any circumstance or any exceptions, I guess, that it would still remain a critical labor shortage? Like, for example, like rural schools where they don't have as large of a pool to choose from, and that often is their way to attract people is through that designation.
My understanding is we do have position codes that are specific to those types of situations. And I looked back at the December reference material, and there's 60, 70, or 80 positions listed in that. And we're looking at, I believe, 8 here, changing designations of 8. So yes, there are, like Ms. Triana said, there are a majority, all but 8 of our critical labor shortage positions remain critical labor shortage. And those would include situations like rurals where they have problems getting applicants.
Okay, Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen.
Okay, so I have a lot of questions because we received a lot of communication from individuals saying that they only were told about this yesterday. And so that's where I think this is the rub, because it's a no-win situation, however this is going to go, which is concerning. So I think the communication piece, I have questions about how many actual affected how many positions is it actually? What's that number?
John Okazaki for the record. It's in the reference material. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 positions. 6 positions in elementary K through 5, 2 positions in English 7, 8, and English high school, and 1 position in elementary counselors.
But like total positions, how many people?
There's 163 people who are both receiving retirement benefits and a salary, 163 people sitting in those positions.
163 people. And then according to HR, they'd have 3 options if this were to go forward. And can you repeat those options again one more time, just so people, because I don't know that people have that awareness either. And then I have a follow-up question.
Sure. Trustee Esparza, option 1, these extended career teachers can remain in their current school position at their current school. They will retain their salary, CCSD benefits, and seniority. They must notify PERS by June 30th, 2026 that they're no longer in a critical labor shortage position. Option 2, these extended career teachers can apply for a different critical labor shortage position in areas that we have openings, such as special education positions like autism, et cetera. Employees who do not have the special education endorsement can notify the hiring manager of their willingness to obtain that and make that arrangement. IRC, again, stands for Interim Route to Certification. Any of these extended career teachers can retain their salary, their Nevada PERS benefits if they secure a CLS position by the start of the 26-27 school year. The third option, which is not our preference, but the extended career teacher can choose to resign from the school district and continue to collect their Nevada PERS benefits.
So I think I want to go back to that piece of them being able to plan. And one of the issues I think for administrators is the planning, right? They did not anticipate this to be something that would happen right now. And the difficulty that I think about is our neediest schools, our Title I schools, our rural schools, our urban schools. If hypothetically they have someone that's a critical labor shortage individual, maybe potentially doing some really institutional, like, I don't know, interventions, that piece, then potentially if that person is having to make a choice, which obviously potentially could happen, that individual could be replaced by someone else. That's what I'm hearing. And that someone else may not have that years of experience to be able to do that same delivery of intervention for students. There's a ripple effect of intended consequences for this decision and what's also unintended. And I just don't know what communication we maybe considered with our administrators for their planning for next year, and also for the individuals, maybe financially for their planning for the next year. That's just my comment. I'm going to leave that there. And then I do have a question. At one point, we were not doing external hires. And did that stop where we are no longer hiring external hires?
Trustee Esparza, that is still in effect. We are not doing external hires except for special education because those are hard to fill. Thank you.
Superintendent?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add to the context and understanding. This team has been very clear since the beginning when the budgets were made available. Initially, there were over 800 teaching positions that were going to, that did not have positions secured at a school.
Superintendent Ebert, yes, that was close to 800. It was more like 700. Yes.
And so those emails went out to the entire, to everyone in the system.
Correct, multiple times.
Yeah, and the communications monthly with principals of where we were in those processes, and working very hard to secure a position for all of those, and tracking the separations. You know, people move. The husband, we had two staff members in our office, right? Husbands got new jobs in other states, and so tracking all of those as well to make sure that information was, or that we're tracking those positions and getting people placed. And so today, so principals, I guess what I want to say is they absolutely were aware that something, either the teachers that were not secured a position, as other resignations, separations had transpired, they would be receiving those people, seniority. Once a RIF is declared, that is happening. So for administrators, this is a path that is transpiring, but the context that we're in, which is the first time in 30 years, that is absolutely new. We have not been in this situation in 30 years. And so the work that General Counsel and HR has been doing to track, to make sure that all of that information is there. And we've been asking, they've put out emails as well, because sometimes people do not put in their separation from the district for many, many reasons, but until July. And we've been asking, if you know, please go ahead and do this so that we can find a home for our educators. So I just wanted to add context of where we've been in tracking, placing all of those components.
Thank you for that, Superintendent. I appreciate the context. It helps. It's just the amount of communication that we've been receiving for people saying they didn't know about this specifically. But yes, like I said, it's a no-win that we're in. My question is about, are we as a district bound to the transfer timelines? Is there anything in state law, or can we adjust that if necessary?
John Okazaki for the record. Nothing in state law regarding transfer. It's a mandatory subject of bargaining, so it would be part of our negotiated agreement.
So it would have to be negotiated with the union?
With the union, yes.
Thank you.
Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I think there's a lot of confusion out there, and I want to kind of piggyback on what my colleague, Trustee Esparza-Stofferkin, was asking right now. These options that are being presented right now, these were not in the email that was sent at about 5:30 last night. Those were not presented? Okay. So this is the first time that people are finding out about this. So I just want to clarify that. And the other confusion, and it's my confusion, not just other people. So I thought that email said, because we get a copy of those too, so that we're aware of what's going out to the trustees. I thought it said that if you were in a CLS position and you you are going to lose, I'm just going to make this short, that they would go to zero seniority. So now we're saying no, that it would not go to zero seniority. They would have to give up their PERS, and they would keep their seniority, and they would keep their benefits, but they have to notify PERS by June 30th. But that's not what the messaging said yesterday? Or am I confused on that? And it's
John
maybe the first
Okazaki,
time.
for the record. Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. So yes, in the communication that was out yesterday, we did not include the options that we're providing information on tonight, and that was because we are not PERS. So I do not speak for PERS. I cannot give legal opinion on PERS regulations and procedures. But HR and legal have been diligent in trying to get some confidence in the PERS rules so that we can advise our employees. And it wasn't until the midnight hour that we felt comfortable to tell our employees, like we are tonight, that if you want to stay in the position, it will be a seamless transfer as far as CCSD is concerned. You just stay in the position. You will maintain your position, your salary, your seniority rights, and all of it. The part that you were talking about, the only thing they have to do is they have to make sure they're taking care of PERS.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
What you were talking about was zero seniority. It's very complicated, but
Well,
that's the next item, which is the negotiated agreement. What's interesting here is that applies to extended career employees. So if somebody in one of these positions, if the board removes the designation for these positions, and an employee who is currently in this position as an extended career employee decides to stay in that position, they are no longer an extended career employee, and the provisions that are going to be proposed to you in the next item about zero seniority would not apply to them.
Okay, thank you. I hope that answers the questions for the people who are watching and trying to figure out, because I think Trustee Ramona Esparza Stoffergan, I want to use your whole name here. I think, and I'm sorry, tired. I think the point she was trying to make too is that, and you gave the valid reason, John, for that as far as about, the PERS. But the communications have been so kindly unwieldy and, working within the parameters that you guys have to work. And I know that you have been trying very hard. I don't think there is one person on our team that does not feel, the anxiety and the angst that people have been going through in the last few days. I really, truly believe that everybody cares. So having said that, I'm done with my therapist-y part, okay? So I'm going to go back to something that was said just a few minutes ago. I want to clarify that. I believe you said that we would be going into a RIF. Are we not in a RIF right now?
We have to formally declare a reduction in force,
Okay.
and we have not done that yet.
Okay. Again, another constituent question. I have to ask these out loud. The other thing that was said was that, we have to give these surplus teachers and the other folks, a chance here. And absolutely. Many, many, many years ago, I was surplus twice. Both times I did not have to transfer because before I had to transfer, the number of resignations and retirements came in, and I was one of the fortunate ones. I did not have to move. I was able to stay. So I guess what I'm asking right now, are the people that would be taking these positions, they are the surplus people, or are they the people that you're saying we have to allow? In other words, I'm asking, are we aligning new teachers that are just starting their careers with people who are surplus? Are they one and the same, or are we talking about two different entities?
John Okazaki, we're talking about two different groups. If the designation is removed for these positions, all of the people in surplus who are eligible for these will take positions. So we will find positions for all of our current employees who are currently facing a reduction in force. Now, in certain of these positions, if every single extended career teacher in that position chose just to leave us, there would be probably more positions than we need for our surplus people. But we are not going to have vacancies because, like I said, for elementary, we have literally, without even counting our traditional sources like UNLV and UNR, we have over 300 applicants waiting for a position. So the other reason about the timing is because we understand the impact this has, and we were trying not to do it unless the data proved it. And so as vacancies come available and we're filling vacancies, we're looking at, can we legitimately say that this is in no way a critically short position, labor shortage position? And so we waited until to the last minute to make sure that the ones that we're presenting to you are definitively and without a doubt not critically labor short positions.
Thank you, Mr. Okazaki, for that explanation. I appreciate it. And so do the people that were asking. Thank you.
Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I have to say I really appreciate being methodical and not going out and causing mass panic, because that would also be the other triggering side to this is having just having that with our employees. So I wanted to ask, and I just wanted to be clarifying. First question is kind of just for the parents in the room that are like trying to follow what's happening. These positions are not going away. They are being reclassified. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. And then the timeline. So if this were to be approved, what is the timeline for these employees to make a decision?
John Okazaki for the record. So really, the only decision, they don't really have to make a decision for us. If they don't do anything, if they don't quit, they are going to remain in the position. What will change is their eligibility to collect retirement benefits. Now, that is not our responsibility to take care of. We're going to be putting out repeated notices to these employees to say, listen, if your intent is to stay in our position that is no longer a CLS position, you need to make sure that you're communicating with PERS and stopping your benefits. Because if you continue to receive benefits after July and they find out that as of the new school year, you were not in a critical labor shortage position, potentially they would have to repay any benefits they got after July. But for us, they could just not do anything and they can just stay in their positions. But we will be reporting to PERS, as we are required by law, that these are no longer critical labor shortage positions.
Got it. Thank you.
So I have a question, and I feel like you touched on this, but I need clarification, I'm sorry, because I just want to better understand. So I know we're not on this item yet, but this is pertinent to this particular part of the agenda. If the board were to vote this through and the label changes, so it's not critical labor shortage for those folks, and then let's say the next item went through, if there were a RIF, would those people then be almost immediately put on the chopping block in a RIF, now that we've removed that?
John Okazaki, the next item that's going to come up, which is revisions to the negotiated agreement, modify the rights of extended career teachers. If we change the designations here, any of the current extended career teachers who are sitting in these positions who decide to stay, they will no longer be extended career teachers. So everything that we're going to be doing with the negotiated agreement next would not apply to them.
Okay, that's what I thought.
If they decide to go after another CLS position, special ed, or some of the other 50 positions that we have that are still designated as critical labor shortage, if a position opens, and they still continue to be extended career teachers, then what we're doing in the negotiated agreement would affect them.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. Trustee Henry, do you have any questions, thoughts, comments?
Thank you, Madam President. Just clarity. So I just wanted to double check how many would be impacted. And earlier in the conversation, I know Mr. I don't want to mess it up. I'm not going to mess it up. But there was a mention of 600, and then I heard the number 163, and I also heard 9. I just want clarity between those 3 numbers, please.
John Ozaki, for the record, there are currently approximately 600 teachers who we would call extended career teachers. This means we have 600 employees who are currently collecting retirement benefits and working full-time in one of our positions, okay? If we change designations for the proposed positions, it will affect 163 of those 600. The number 9 is the number of positions that we are proposing to change the designation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Okazaki. That's all I have, Madam President.
Thank you. We do have one public comment, I don't see anybody else in the queue. So, Ms. Binder.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. That was a lot. Thank you for actually pulling this. I know sometimes people think I'm being mean. I'm just going to have some thoughts out loud for a second. Literally 2 years to the day, we were posting numbers of like over almost 2,600 licensed educators leaving our district. At this, literally on May 13th, I made a post about it 2 years ago. What I'm really hearing is we have an opportunity to kick this down the road just a tiny bit, to come back with some like data that people can see and not just talk about. Because as I said in my previous public comment, this isn't new. We go through the critical labor shortage every 2 years by statute. So this entire discussion has repeated itself through history of this district. So, and I know we always make these hard decisions, right? But then I'm thinking too, because the Commission on School Funding is working their tails off to try to help fix our funding formulas for next session. Next session is only like 9 months away. So now you guys are like, you're asking the right questions. You are. My question is, why can't we pause? I have a whole matrix of data that I can send to you guys off the record. I'm not going to waste my time on it. To come back and show our educators exactly what this does look like, what it looks like historically. Because I know you're going to feel bad. Say you made the decision tonight, okay, we pass it, move on. What happens in a year and a half when we need to refill? What happened? Nobody knows what's going to happen in the future. So let's lay out the historical markers for these positions, see what that looks like, right? And we also have an opportunity, we're in interim session. We have an amazing Commission on School Funding, thing going on. Where's the balance of what can we do to maybe lessen the blow on this? Look at our economy. Look at the cost of housing. Look at all the factors that this district has no control over and what these educators have come back to work for. Are these educators that really never got made whole on their pay scale and then came back out of retirement to just pay their bleeping bills? You know what I mean? Like, we're all very compassionate people. I know we think about these things, but you guys are in a position to put a pause for a second. Whether you make this decision tonight or you make it at your next meeting or the meeting after that, the decision's gonna be made, but at least put it forward facing so the people, the very people that it's affecting in our community have that knowledge, and maybe you guys can have some talks with some legislatures or something to soften the blow. And let's see what that looks like. You're not forced to do anything tonight.
Thank you. At this time, if there's no more discussion, I would entertain a motion. I know I pulled it, but if anybody has a motion that they want to present. Trustee Biasotti.
I would like to make a motion to table this item.
Do we need a time frame on this, legal counsel, to table?
You could just table it for this session, and then if they want to bring it back at another
Decide.
future session. then
Decide
they can
later
on
to
the-
put it
yeah.
on a different, okay. So I have a motion to table this, so no decision tonight. Do I have a second, trustee Cavazos?
I would second that motion.
Okay. Oh, we have a question.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Okazaki, is there any limitation in the law where we must meet a deadline?
John Okazaki for the record, no. We can bring this to anytime conditions change, we can bring this to the board. I would just ask you to consider the board meeting schedules. And so depending on when you want to, how far down you want to kick it, the main concern there again is notices to impacted employees.
Thank you.
Oh, trustee Zamora also has a question.
Thank you. For clarification, the date would still be the same, July 1st to be in effect?
John Okazaki, yes. The designations are for a 2-year period from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2028.
Okay, thank you.
Do you also have a question, trustee Barone?
Yeah, just for clarity's sake, so if it gets tabled tonight, basically, we have a very small window if we want to make this happen before before principals have to solidify their choices for next year, right? Potentially, what is the window?
The reality is that if you table this for, like, say, one of the meetings in June, and your idea is that maybe we'll approve it then the superintendent's choice is going to be, do I delay RIF until after that? So it may provide some vacancies that we can grab and not, and reduce the number of people in the surplus pool. Or do I go now so that we can provide timely notice to anybody who does end up getting RIF'd without the benefit of any positions that could come up as a result of the CLS decision?
So basically, we're actually, for all intents and purposes, with a shorter window, we're actually going to drive people to have less of a chance to make a decision. And potentially, these hundreds of teachers who are out and available right now, we might be pushing them to other education opportunities for them too, before we offer them a job.
I can't disagree with that.
Thank you.
Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. Just help remind me, for the month of May, we have a special board meeting on May 18th, and then that we won't meet again until June after that. Is that correct? Okay. I just wanted to make sure. One more meeting in May. Thank you.
Trustee Biasotti.
Thank you, Madam President. We keep talking about a window, but we decide as a board what that window looks like, right? We can go past July 1st and say potentially, which is my original thought, next year, and reintroduce that item at a future board meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, in regard to the decision to remove CLS designation, you can do that at this point or not until 2028. There's the connection between this decision and the RIF process is the window that we're talking about, is that we either are able to access the benefit of a CLS designation change, which again, I have to reiterate, is justified without any consideration of RIF, right? But if we do it, it potentially can open up vacancies that we can use for surplus employees and reduce the number of people who are potentially facing a reduction in force. If we are not able to access that because a decision is not made or you decide not to do this, then we will go with the RIF process that we need to, and we won't have these positions available. The problem with postponing this decision is we may not be able to wait if you postpone it, because again, even if you were able to get this in the first meeting in June, and then we get a result, and let's say you do change the designation at that time, based on the numbers, then we have to run the RIF, which will take a couple weeks, which means, again, we're not giving a notice to employees who are being laid off until July. So literally a month before they're supposed to start work, we're going to be sending them a notice that says they're laid off. So that is the concern. It's the concern about the fairness to the people who unfortunately may end up getting a layoff note, that they're going to go into a leave of absence status, considering what they need and the timely notice that we want to provide to them, as well as, not doing something that if we don't have to do it. That's the struggle.
Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I hear your concerns, Mr. Okazaki, and I understand where you're coming from. But I don't think we have, I don't think that we have been, somebody was talking about being, I think it was you, sorry, talking about being fair to our teachers. And I think that without having a little bit more additional information, I don't think anybody here is saying we don't want to do this or we don't want to understand this and or inconvenience anybody further or cause more anxiety. But within this window, we have had special meetings at other times. We can call the special meeting if we need to. The superintendent and president can call a special meeting. Is that going to make us real popular right now on the board? No, it's not. Absolutely not, especially with me, with my schedule. But if we need to do that for our educators to bring this to a favorable conclusion where we are not hurting, I don't even want to say hurting, where the impact maybe might be lesser, as you mentioned before, but we're also, like, you answered a very important question when you said they were not the same, the surplus teachers and the people that maybe might be starting new careers. We're talking about two different entities there. So I think that's what really kind of swayed me in that direction. So I'm still in favor of Trustee Biasotti's motion to table this. This doesn't mean it has to be for 2 years, 2 months, or whatever. We can call another meeting if we need to. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a first and a second. Who was, what, wasn't it Linda? Linda, you seconded the motion, right? Yeah. Yeah, so we have a first and second on the board. I just want to say to my colleagues, like, at the end of the day, we are going to have to make a decision. If it's not tonight, that's okay, but at some point, we are going to have to make a decision. So let's go ahead. We have a motion on the floor to table this. We have a second. Let's go ahead and vote. Trustee Henry.
No.
Motion did not pass. Do I have a new motion on the floor? Trustee Barone.
Motion to pass.
Trustee Dominguez.
I second.
Counsel?
Just to clarify, it's a motion to approve the agenda as.
Yeah, can you
You said
clarify
motion to
further,
pass,
Trustee Barone?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve, the consent agenda item, do I have 1.01? Thank you very much for the assist. No wonder you were a great basketball player.
We have a,
I second.
we have a second. Let's vote. Trustee Henry.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Before we move on to 4.01, Trustee Dominguez, please read the warrants.
Thank you, Madam President. Ratified warrants as listed in bills payable, transmittal, and board memorandum number 19, 25, 26, in the total amount of $135,223,880.73. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and open 4.01, Public hearing on the possible approval of revisions to the 2025 to 2027 negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and the Clark County Education Association. I will turn it over to you, Mr. Okazaki.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, John Okazaki, General Counsel for the record. If you give me 1 minute, I accidentally closed the document I was going to work off of, so. Thank you very much. This item is proposing revisions to the negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and the Clark County Education Association. We would be revising 4 articles: longevity pay, reduction in force, transfer, and then there would be a new article setting forth a pilot project. This is a summary of those proposed revisions. In regard to Article 27, longevity pay, employees who are collecting PERS retirement benefits will no longer be eligible for longevity stipends. Excuse me. This would take effect in 26-27. This would not affect anybody's eligibility for longevity stipends for the 25-26 school year. Next, when the district implements a reduction in force, employees who are both collecting PERS retirement benefits and working in a CLS position must be the first to be reduced after volunteers. Third, for the purposes of involuntary transfer, which is surplus, and RIF provisions, employees who are collecting PERS retirement benefits shall be considered to have no seniority. Fourth, the district agrees that before reducing an employee through the RIF process, it will terminate any independent contractor whose work and position can be fulfilled by that employee. Fifth, the definition of suspension and unsatisfactory evaluations for purposes of the RIF process have been clarified. And sixth, when the district implements a surplus, employees who are both collecting PERS retirement benefits and working in a CLS position must be the first to be involuntarily transferred after volunteers. And at this point, I'll ask a question, because the last item, the pilot project program, I have a summary, which is 2 pages, because I want to give you an overview of the project. So the 6 that I've gone over all relate to the same kind of provisions, the same topic. So I'm not sure if we want to just address those now, fresh, after I've gone over that, or do you want me to go over the pilot program and then have questions for everything?
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Let's do it by 2 parts. So let's save the pilot for a secondary discussion, because it is pretty different, it's robust, there's a lot to it. So let's start with those first few items. So I'll kick it off. So in section 2, it says employees who are both collecting PERS and, if you're a CLS position, you're the first to be reduced after volunteers. So I struggle with this one, because I feel like they shouldn't be as high up on the chopping block. Like, have we talked at all about, what about any of our educators that hold licenses that are not so permanent, like our J-1 visas, or any that have provisionals or things like that? Like, I don't know, it just feels funny to me. What is the purpose of having our CLS kind of up there to go first?
Okay, so for the first thing I need to explain is this is very, very complicated. We have the first process, it would be a surplus. And imagine that happening at a school. You have too many teachers at your school. So then the question is, which teachers should be removed from the school? So really, it's like, who should have priority to stay at the school when there's too many teachers for positions? Once the surplus process is done, then all those people who were surplused go into, so then there's, in the CBA, there's criteria for which ones come out of the school, right? And right now, it's, the first ones to go out should be the ones with discipline, and the second one to go out are the ones with bad evals, okay? So yes, what the proposed revision is that we would first look at any extended career teachers. And when the reasoning for this is, again, to try to give some security and protection for our early career teachers, and also to preserve and maintain the integrity of our pipelines. We think it's important to show new teachers who are beginning their career with us, as well as teachers who are looking to come to us to serve their 30-year career, that they have protections and that they're valued. So that is the reason why it was recommended that we should, in that situation, just removing them from the school, we should go in this order, okay? What is important to understand is when you get to the next step of that process is these people are allowed to pick vacancies, okay? So again, then they go through the process of picking vacancies. And then if we still have too many teachers for positions, we end up in the situation we're facing now where we're looking into a RIF, okay? Again, at that point, the law flips the criteria. So under the NRS, the criteria starts off with bad evals, then goes into discipline, then goes into 4 criteria that we have to consider, and then last is seniority. So my point is that although these provisions would definitely subordinate extended career teachers in the surplus process, when it gets to any kind of RIF where we're talking about people losing jobs, it's not going to affect them because the criteria are different. We are going to lay off anybody with an ineffective evaluation before anybody else, or developing eval before anybody with an effective. And then even when we get down to the third criteria, which is considering things like, is their degree in the subject that they're teaching? Are they nationally certified? Are they working in a hard-to-fill position? All of these other criteria, which would fit most of these extended career teachers, we have to consider that. In other words, they would actually probably get priority in the third step. And then finally, seniority. So yes, the idea that they have 0 seniority in the process is absolutely relevant in a surplus situation, not so much in a RIF situation. It's complicated.
No, it's good. It's good for people to know. There's a difference between surplus and RIF. Taught me something. Thank you. Trustee Johnson.
Thanks for the, Trustee Bustamante and I, we were like putting a flow chart in our brain, but I appreciate the steps there and the logic tracks, at least for me, I can like understand how we made those how we get to from point A to point B. My question actually is in some of the language around the contracted employees, and it doesn't, I'm not understanding what that means. I was hoping you might be able to say it differently. And so with the contract people, a person who is on a contract, they will be RIF'd if they're not able to do, if the employee's not able to do the job. I guess I don't understand what that means. Could you say it differently?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Sorry, I wasn't being clear. I apologize. So independent contractors. So the district must first terminate any independent contractors whose work could be performed by that employee. What does that mean? I don't understand what that means.
In certain situations, we have hired independent contractors to fulfill or to perform work that we don't have live bodies that we don't have people to do. So in other words, we're contracting outside labor to fill our needs. Now, if we're looking at a RIF, we agree, before we lay off one of our regular status employees, if we can terminate the contract with an independent contractor so that the employee can take that work,
Okay.
we promise to terminate
Okay.
independent contractors.
Thank you for explaining.
Trustee Barone.
And I know I can read it for myself, but, and by the way, thank you very much, Madam Superintendent. Yes, Councilor Okazaki, so this, again, to reiterate, although it's sitting right here, I can read it with my own eyes. To reiterate, this is an agreement that was, as actually has input with our major bargaining unit, the CCEA, and these were terms that were worked out between our leadership and their leadership, right? So it could be said that this was obviously what they think is in the best interest of their membership.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's something that coincides with what we think is the best interest for our employees from our side.
Yes.
No further question.
Trustee Cavazos?
Thank you, Madam President. A couple of my questions have already been answered here, so I'm kind of going down my list. I have a few other ones. We can go on anywhere on the contract, right, Madam President, as far as on the discussion?
Well, what we had decided is we
Two
would.
parts?
The pilot we would talk about next, because he wants to brief us. He's got like a whole summary he wants to brief us on before we
Okay,
ask
then I'm
questions.
going to hold off
Okay.
for right now.
Okay, fair enough. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Trustee Henry, do you have any questions about the first 6 items on page 1 of the reference material?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Henry. Trustee Cavazos, I see you in the
I
queue.
know, I apologize. My notes are all scrambled because some questions were answered. You said only the first 6?
Yeah, because the 7th point refers to the pilot.
Okay. Yeah, I was correct the first time. I'll have to wait for the pilot program.
No worries. Mr. Okazaki, go for it.
Thank you. Article 44 is a proposed new article that sets forth terms for a pilot program that's intended to run through the 27-28 school year to improve teacher practice and student outcomes, focusing on pre-kindergarten, early literacy, middle school mathematics, and workforce and college readiness at Western High School and Desert Pines High School feeder patterns. In other words, the elementary schools and the middle schools that feed those 2 high schools. And from this point forward, when I say elementary school, it is only elementary schools in those 2 feeder patterns. If I say middle school, only those in those 2 feeder patterns. This entire program only pertains to schools within those 2 feeder patterns, okay? This is a brief summary of the actual terms that are contained in the actual Article 44 in the reference materials. As to pre-kindergarten, Desert Pines and Western High Schools shall each have 2 additional 11-month teachers and necessary support professionals to provide pre-kindergarten services. The district and CCA shall jointly interview applicants for these positions, but the principal shall have the authority to make any final hiring decision. Students zoned within the 2 feeder patterns shall have priority to available seats. For early literacy, all elementary schools will be allowed to vote to extend their contract day by 19 minutes to provide early literacy services. Staff at the elementary school shall also be allowed to provide these services during spring break, Saturdays during regular school year, and summer days for pay. Any administrator who would be required to provide supervision during this time shall also be compensated. With principal approval, teachers at the elementary schools may, either through release time for extra pay or for PGS contact units, participate in focused professional learning, and also meet with other teachers across school campuses to collaborate on the pilot project and develop uniform standards. For middle school mathematics, CCEA will contract with and pay for mathematical systems to offer professional development in math for middle school teachers and potentially elementary teachers. The scope of the professional development will be agreed upon by both parties and aligned with the district's objectives for improving math proficiency. Staff at middle schools who provide instruction in mathematics may engage in after-school tutoring for students for pay. Staff at the middle schools shall also be allowed to provide services during spring break, Saturdays during regular school year, and summer days, again, for pay. And again, administrators who are required to provide supervision during these additional times will also be compensated. The district will hire a middle school math strategist at each middle school to provide coaching, mentorship, and job-embedded professional learning. The district and CCA shall jointly interview applicants for these positions, but again, the principal shall have the authority to make any final hiring decision. In regard to workforce and college readiness, in collaboration with UNLV, CCA will hire graduate assistants to support career counseling and achievement coaching for students at Western and Desert Pines High Schools. For both high schools, the parties will jointly select a mentor for these graduate assistants, who will preferably be a counselor with experience in career counseling. The mentor will also be paid for this work. In collaboration with UNLV, CCA will partner with math majors to assist in providing small group instruction during the school day throughout the 26-27 school year, and any compensation for these individuals will be provided by CCEA. The remaining terms provide that UNLV will provide funding for teacher leadership for 14 teacher leaders across schools within the 2 feeder patterns to build teacher capacity. 4 additional teacher leader positions will be funded by CCEA. CCA will contract with the United Citizens Foundation to provide mental health services. The district must agree with the scope of work and services to be provided, and such services shall not replace the roles and duties of school counselors and social workers. Select teachers from each school within the 2 feeder patterns will serve on a steering committee to guide the work that is being performed as part of the pilot project and to solicit feedback on the implementation and fulfillment of the project's goals. In collaboration with the Nevada Department of Education and the Education Service Center, the parties will identify a project evaluator to review the outcomes of the pilot project and provide an interim implementation report and a summary report of its effectiveness for the 26-27 school year. Opportunity 180 will provide project management for the pilot project. Project management will collaborate with leadership teams from both the district and CCA in overseeing the implementation and monitoring of the pilot project. Opportunity 180 will have no supervisory authority over any district employee. And finally, data sharing terms and protections will be in place. That is a summary of Article 44.
Thank you, Mr. Okazaki. Open it up for discussion specifically around the pilot. Trustee Zamora?
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question. Is there a cost for Opportunity 180 to be the project manager?
And I may ask for help with this from Dr. Welsh, but
There is not. They are stepping up as philanthropy to support the project.
Thank you.
Trustee Biassatti?
I have 2 questions. Thank you, Madam President. For the Project 180, and we're giving them, this would give them a position of management, which it does not. Want to make sure, because the wording kind of implies that they would manage the program as opposed to the principal, and I would just want to make sure that we're not taking that from the principals.
Yeah, Trustee Biassatti, greatly appreciate the question. So let me clarify. So Project 180 is helping to support this work in the pilot program by providing project management. So they're helping to make sure that all of the elements of this pilot program are moving along and are being implemented in accordance with the timelines that we have for various elements. So making sure that we're hiring staff when we need to be hiring staff, making sure that we are keeping track of different components of the project that need to be happening. They do not have any supervisory responsibilities over any district staff whatsoever.
I also had a following question. I'm confused with the articles that are in here. Why is the union playing a role in the education of our children?
Again, Trustee Biasotti, I can speak to that question. So the language within this proposed article allows for some of those hiring decisions to be made with input from CCEA, but the final decision, as always, still rests with the school principal. So I think back to, I remember when I was a building principal and I would be interviewing, for new teachers for my building, I would often have teachers as part of that committee to be able to help provide input into that selection. But obviously, I was the final person to make those determinations. So it is a similar arrangement for these positions. And we're talking specifically about the pre-K teachers and the math strategists specifically.
Just to follow up on that, it would still put them in a position of influence, and it would impact the decisions being made. So I don't like the wording on this, but thank you.
Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. And Trustee Biasotti and I seem to be on the same karma thought here tonight, or else we're listening to the same constituents. So who knew? But moving on, I also had some questions about that wording also that that Dr. Welsh has answered as far as Opportunity 180, they're doing the project management, no supervisory, et cetera. So I think this is a great idea for the pilot program. Were the administrators at these schools, were they consultants for these proposed pilots? Were they included in the, the configuration, so to speak?
Yeah, so I can share just a little bit of context here. This is the product of a number of months of work in collaboration, initially with CCEA specifically. Started with some teachers, and including some teachers at Desert Pines and Western specifically, in terms of identifying this need and this idea of working within the entire feeder alignment to increase student achievement outcomes across that feeder. As we began to formulate this, obviously some of the first folks that we talked to were the building principals, because we wanted to make sure that they were kind of aware of what was going on with this and helping to shape it. I think it's also been very exciting in particular that the high school principals, much like I know many of our high schools have like the One Vista or the One Hill, similar kind of thing happening here within the Western and Desert Pines feeder alignments, where those high school principals are really taking the lead upon themselves to work with their feeder middle schools and elementary schools in helping to lead some of this work. So yes, those principals were involved.
Thank you so much, Dr. Welsh. Just for the sake of saving time here, throughout the entire document, whenever we are talking about the parties jointly interviewing, I think this was already touched on already. This was, I think, it's on a lot of the pages. So we are talking about the district and CCEA, as far as, is that what is referred to as the parties?
Yes, John Okazaki for the record. Yes, the parties is often referred, the parties to the agreement is Clark County School District and Clark County Education Association.
Okay, and so like on page 77, just for example, just one, letter E, when it says jointly interview, again, they are only consulting, jointly interviewing. Is this going to be Mr. Valardita who is interviewing, or is he going to appoint somebody, maybe somebody sitting in the audience tonight as his representative to jointly interview? How does that work?
Again, Trustee Cavazos, I can speak to that. I would not anticipate that it's John Velardita. He probably has a lot of very important things that he's doing. Most likely it would be other staff with CCEA, or again, it could be CCE members at that school that are part of those.
Thank you. I think the Opportunity 180 question has already been covered already. On page 78, gosh, I don't have the other number written down. It has to do with the data sharing. And CCEA having access to the data sharing, and that obviously no FERPA or any other student would be. How exactly is that going to work with the data sharing?
Yes, so we would make sure, again, we would not be sharing anything that has any PII in it or personally identifiable information with students. The goal and intent with that is so that we could collaboratively work on measurements to see the impact of the program. So we would be working with the RC division in terms of any data that would be shared as a part of this arrangement.
Thank you, Dr. Welsh. Madam President, that's all that I have right now.
Thank you. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. A lot of my questions have been answered. I appreciate the clarification on the hiring decision staying with the principal. My question, 3 questions. So one, was the selection of Project 180 to do the project management, was that a CCSD decision or where did that come from? It's at no cost, but is there an in-kind cost? So maybe not a monetary, but maybe an in-kind. And the third one is, since we will have that feeder alignment, had there been any conversations of that data being in the NPower, the state longitudinal data system? Because that's one thing, if we could track somebody from K through post-secondary, right, then we would be able to have what other states have in making strategic decisions for their state.
Thank you, Trustee Bustamante. I'll try and make sure I hit everything. If I miss something, please help correct me there. In terms of, I'll work my way backwards. In terms of the longitudinal data piece, that does not have been a conversation up to this point. Again, as is outlined in the draft language for this, we're anticipating that this project will go for at least the next 2 years. Beyond that, of course, that would be something that we'd continue to negotiate. So we haven't necessarily looked at long-term longitudinal data at this point. Our primary outcomes are really looking at trying to increase outcomes on the Nevada report card, so the NSPF. I think that would be our primary measures that we're looking at, which will determine the progress that we're making, as well as other measures there as well. And sorry, see, I knew I would get distracted. Please, if you could repeat that earlier.
Just on the, was it our CCSD decision
for
to
180.
select, Opportunity 180, and if there's an in-kind cost to their
Yes, and I think it's really to Superintendent Ebert's efforts in terms of some of the connections that we have made across the community. Opportunity actually stepped up to the table and was willing to offer those services at no cost to the district. There is no in-kind service switch there in terms of something we're providing to them. I think they really just wanted to be partners in the work and helping to increase achievement here in the space within Southern Nevada.
Trustee Esparza Stafford.
So, what I appreciate is the fact that we did ask and request our superintendent to be innovative. And it's definitely showing that piece of it. And I think there's some lingering questions about, because of all of the entities that are coming together, because it is a pilot. So you have funding potentially for the teachers to, if they decide and vote, to get that additional 19 minutes. Then it talks about potentially tutoring on spring break, Saturdays, and summer days. So my assumption is that will there be an administrator also during those days that will be compensated in addition to the teachers? That's a quick question.
Yes, thank you. Yes, anytime that there would be students and staff on campus, we would anticipate that there would be an administrator present, and of course they would, in alignment with their contract, be able to be compensated for that time or be able to receive comp time.
Okay, thank you for that. And I appreciate that it says in the contract the background check specifically for the GAs, which are the graduate assistants that potentially could be hired. Then the next one is going to, had 3 questions. Going to page 78 of 80, when it talks about the steering committee, I'm assuming it's going to be the teachers, but is there anybody else that we should be aware of that could potentially be on that committee?
Yeah, so with the steering committee, in addition to the principals that are at each of the schools, we had the principals, or we're having the principals nominate 2 teachers at each campus to be a part of that work. And the intent is really for that steering committee to help work across all of those feeder alignments to make sure that things are moving accordingly, you know, to help, as the name implies, steer the work. And so the intent with that, particularly as we're standing up, is that they'll start to meet monthly, and then initially, eventually it'll go to more quarterly as things start to settle in as we get into the school year.
And then my last question is financially, like, is this SB 480 coming from the state?
Yeah, so with respect to the funding, we are looking at braiding a number of different funding streams. We did get some initial planning funding through the SB 460 grant specifically. That was approved by the Interim Finance Committee this past month, and we have access to those funds at this time, which is helping us to support some of the initial planning work that is currently ongoing. We're also working with the Nevada Department of Education, so State Superintendent Wakefield, as well as Steve Canavero, who is currently standing up the Education Service Center with some of the various funding streams that they may have available and grant funding streams, including to, but not limited to, some of the 1003 little a money that is available within the state and within the district, and other grant funds that may be available for us to be able to access. Some of the funding as well, and as is noted, is also being provided directly by CCA, particularly for some of the ancillary services that are outlined in there. So it is a mix and a braiding of a number of different funding streams in order to stand this project up.
Thank you, Dr. Walsh, that helps. And I do have one last one, and I will not go back in the queue. So the last one is, if Op 180 is project managing, then are they going to provide like an executive summary of results, including all the braiding of the funding? Because you have like 5 different sources of people, the UFC, did I say that wrong, or UCF? Anyways, you know what I mean, UCF, you got CCEA, you have Op 180, I'm missing somebody. UNLV. So would there be that production at the end? That's
Yeah, I don't anticipate that Project 180 will specifically be doing the analysis work in terms of the effectiveness. We have not yet identified exactly where that's going to come from. Again, it could be from some of the work internally within our RC division, but that is something that we have in the agreement, and then we'll figure out exactly how we're going to complete that work.
Thank you. Trustee Barone.
Thank you, Madam President. 2 questions. Number one, this agreement with the, because what I'm hearing is it's more like, it's not a smaller learning community, it's kind of like in a large community. This agreement does not preempt the schools and having their own SOTs, right? Those are still continue, correct?
Yes, the SOTs will continue. That is part of state law and NRS 380HE.
Fantastic. I'm happy with that. The second question, this organization, I'm very happy to hear that 180 is going to be involved in this, but there will not be. I'm asking if there's if there will still be other organizations that will be allowed to bring their philanthropic or other community support services to this organization. I'm thinking back because I remember years ago I sponsored a family. They had like a little ladder of kids, as we say in Spanish, right? They were Salvadoran kids. They were kind of like a little bit on the heavier side. They were not built for soccer, but they sure as heck were built for football. And I sponsored them to be part of a progression team. Back in the day, District Pines had a number of teams that were a progression team, and it did a lot to help build a lot of like teamwork and a lot of like unity within the community. And of course, those kids, they wound up actually all being starters on the Desert Pines on one of their state title teams. As a matter of fact, they grew up with it. So I'm asking whether there will still be opportunities for other organizations to be part of this family structure that we're kind of building. It's kind of like a smaller learning community, kind of like a smaller learning community, but to the nth degree. So the question is, will there be chances for other philanthropic organizations to be part of this?
Yeah, Trustee Barone, I mean, again, we have, I think one of the things that is most exciting to me about this is we do have a number of partners in the work. Again, we mentioned UNLV a moment ago, which they may not be directly contributing funds, but they are contributing resources to the project. I would imagine if there were others out there that would like to be a part of this and would be willing to put funds forth, we would certainly find a way to make that happen.
Yeah, don't look now, but Shaq is building a rec center not that far away from here. And how many of us went to that, right? So, my ears are, all perked up. And like Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen, I really commend our leadership for doing these innovative programs, right? There's probably, it's rare to, there are probably two communities that could really benefit from what I think could really be a building exercise here with Western High School, and it's kind of like its diametric opposite, or symmetrical opposite on the east side of the valley. Thank you very much.
Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm really glad I wrote this down. So I wanted to ask about if we're going to have a metric or some type of goals for the pilot, and to see how, is it going to be CCSD? Is it going to be Opportunity 180?
Yes. So, yes, we are going to have some clear metrics in terms of what we're anticipating for outcomes. We'll build that into the project as we kick this off and identify what some of those are. Again, some of our main priorities that we really want to focus on are really tied to our NSPF outcomes. So we are anticipating, particularly when we think about our elementary and middle schools, we're looking for increased achievement in alignment with our core 4 priorities, so literacy, mathematics, and then, at the high school level, again, as we heard even earlier tonight, talking about our strategic plan, increasing some of those opportunities and outcomes for college and career readiness with our high school students. So yes, there definitely will be some measured outcomes that we are looking for as a part of this.
Thank you. And I want to make sure I heard you right. That'll be CCSD.
Yes, we are the ones making those determinations, yes, in collaboration with CCEA, but yes.
Got it. Thank you. And I thought I heard you also say that you can clarify this. It sounded like there wasn't enough funds in SB 460, and so we're looking at grants or other areas. How much are we anticipating, or do we have a number that this is going to cost?
Yes. So again, because this is a pilot project, we are still building some of those elements at this point. I can share that we have been working with our principals, and principals have been working with their school teams actually this week on developing what some of those plans look like. And so once we get those together, we'll have some, I think, more definite idea of what some of those costs may look like, and then be able to work with the executive committee that's working on this, which again, we've had some regular meetings with State Superintendent State Superintendent Wakefield, with Steve Canavero, as well as CCEA in terms of identifying how we're going to use some of those funding streams.
Got it. And if we have to go, will there be a point where we might have to go into general fund? Will we be notified?
Yeah, so anything that would be in general fund, it would have to be something that would be incorporated in the regular budget.
Got it. That's over 100,000, the limit of 100,000.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine it would be something that's in our general budget if it was anything that was.
Yeah, Superintendent Eber, for the record, if there are any general funds being used, it would already be within budgets that currently exist. For instance, the curriculum and instruction budget, if there are additional professional development that is needed, there won't be any additional money within the school district.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Trustee Biasotti. Trustee Biasotti, before you start, because you went already, let me check on Trustee Henry. Trustee Henry, do you have any?
Oh, thank you for checking on me. That's kind of you. No, just for clarity. So Opportunity 180 will be the project manager, or are they hiring a project manager that would be independent of their org?
Trustee Henry, to your question, so they have someone who is not a person, I believe, that is actually directly on their staff, but they have contracted out as that project manager, but it is through Opportunity 180.
Got you. I just wanted to, for clarity, so it's someone that they're contracting with and not necessarily someone that is on their staff.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you. Trying to think, I wrote down some things. And how long is this pilot project? Is it just for 1 year, 2 years?
Trustee Henry, this is John Okazaki. The intent is for it to run 2 years through 2028, but the actual terms that we're providing tonight is for 1 year because a lot of it is based on funding. The intent is to do that. Believe it or not, 2027 begins the new contract year. So the intent is to assess the program and get it into the full negotiated agreement in 27, 29, if at all possible.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is year 2 doesn't have funding just yet.
Trustee Henry,
is there a funding source for year 2?
To your question, the language in the proposed negotiated agreement does not specify whether year 2 is guaranteed because we want to make sure that that funding would be available before we commit that as a district.
Thank you. That's all I have for right now.
May I? Thank you.
Yeah,
so
Superintendent.
just kind of going back up to the 10,000-foot level with this project originated with teachers coming and saying they wanted to solve a problem, and also looking at Senate Bill 460 from the legislature, right? The components of state takeover within schools. And so we first looked at the data across the entire district and looked at feeder alignment with the union, teachers in the room, experts, Dustin Mansell, our curriculum folks, looked at all of the feasibility. And is this something that we want to demonstrate to the legislature that if you add additional minutes to a day, if you add reading skill centers, if you have pre-K on campus, all of those components, and we're going to use components of our strategic plan as well in this body of work, that we will see student achievement gains. And so the legislature obviously goes into session. We're hoping that in February, so we're hoping that even by that time, we'll be able to show interim growth. We'll have qualitative, quantitative data up to that point, again, so that we can, number one, hopefully get some changes within Senate Bill 460 that we believe need to happen. And then also, two, demonstrate that if those components, if the legislature funds schools' processes, they will see student gains. So just kind of going back into how we came to this, how it's currently being funded, why it's only being funded for 1 year, because we do want to, demonstrate competencies, that the work's working, and show to the legislature.
Thank you, Superintendent. As I see nobody else in the queue, that will end our presentation and discussion, and we'll open it up to public comment. So the first person we have for public comment on 4.01 is Ms. Binder. After that is Ms. Vicki Krydell.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. So I'm just going to say what I'm going to say because it doesn't matter. You guys are going to pass it anyways. But you guys have a duty to protect public education. And Opportunity 180, we couldn't find a better partner. Go look at the last 10 years of the destruction of our public education system because of organizations like that that can literally focus on nothing but charter expansion. The conversation we just had about letting staff go and the RIF and like all this stuff is because of charter expansion. It's not just low birth rates, little compilation of both, but we would not be in the position that we're in if our public schools were not constantly fighting against segregation in schools. Those schools won't take my children. I tried. They won't take a lot of our children, and they get to pick and choose who they want to educate. And then you guys have to sit up here and have these hard conversations about our funding and our everything. And then you're just going to open the door and let an organization like this, we couldn't find anything better? Like, serious. I got to go home. I'm just going to go home.
Ms. Vicki Krydell?
Sorry, this is past my bedtime. Vicki Krydell for the record. Good evening, trustees. I'm a third grade teacher in CCSD. I'm here to talk tonight about the changing of the CLS contract that was approved last December. Let's be clear. This entire situation, the massive surplus, the possible rifts, the budget shortfalls, all of it falls back onto the decisions made by someone in this district, either past or present. Sadly, this situation could make CCSD even less of a destination district than it was before. Word travels fast. You will have educators thinking about applying to CCSD who will change their mind when they hear about the surplus and the rifts. Then you will have retirees who will refuse to ever go back into the classroom because of how they were treated in this scenario. When this district was desperate for staff, these educators were willing to step out of retirement to rescue our classrooms. They did so under a mutual agreement and a promise. Now, because of the district miscalculations, you are pulling the rug out from under them. All of the educators affected by this scenario, both the surplus, the RIFs, and the CLS, have families, lives, and financial stabilities that have been affected. Some are being uprooted from the school communities they spent years building. Worse yet, the logistics of your fix are actively pitting teacher against teacher. By changing the retiree contracts to artificially create landing spots for surplus staff, you are forcing your workforce into an unethical competition for survival. You are making colleagues view each other as threats to their livelihood rather than partners in education. It is shameful and it destroys school morale. And while some people are shuffling human beings around like spreadsheet items, the rest of us are in classrooms, left with growing class sizes and an increasing risk of burnout. So tonight I'm asking you to please stop balancing leadership mistakes on the back of your frontline staff. Our students need us to be united, not divided. And I also want to say that this is very personal to me. My partner teacher this year is one of these CLS teachers. She came out of retirement after 30 years in CCSD, left. She was in middle school. Now she came into an elementary classroom just to help these kids. I have never worked with a more amazing teacher in my entire life. And her husband works at our school too. And it breaks my heart. I spent the whole day crying with her about this. You don't understand the effect this is going to have on people. Yes, maybe it's only 163 teachers, but these are some of the best in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael English?
Okay. Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Ebert. My name is Michael English. I am a licensed 100% special education teacher assigned to 5 Title I schools, all in District G under Trustee Cavazos. I am asking this board, as revisions are on the table, to clarify the implementation of Article 2619 regarding the $5,000 retention differential. Currently, hundreds of teachers are being denied based on interpretations that contradict the plain language of the contract. At one point, I was told I must be a teacher of record, and that's why I don't qualify. However, Article 2619(4) explicitly states a teacher does not need to be in a self-contained classroom to qualify. The district's updated justification for my denial is based on payroll codes rather than functional duties. I have colleagues in my same department doing identical work in the same Title I buildings who are receiving this money. The only difference is a code number associating me with a central office rather than a specific school site. But the contract doesn't pay codes, it pays teachers. Furthermore, because I work in 100% Title I assignments, the district already recognizes my status by placing me on the 2-year PGS track instead of the 3-year track. If I am Title I enough for a faster salary track, then I am Title I enough for this bonus. Reclassifying a teacher to avoid paying them based on criteria not included in our agreement is a bad faith reinterpretation that should constitute an illegal prohibited practice. I have presented this evidence to CCEA, but they have refused to process the grievance on my behalf, even though the error is obvious. Contracts are not meant to be interpreted to save money. They are meant to be read and honored. By excluding specialists and itinerant staff, you are pulling the rug out from those who stayed in these high vacancy locations expecting those terms to be honored. I'm here tonight to put the board on notice that this issue is not a small misunderstanding. It is a systemic problem affecting hundreds of your employees, mostly including non-core teachers at the vacancy threshold schools that are being denied based on flawed logic. Why does the vacancy threshold list even exist if those schools are being treated the exact same as all other Title I locations? I'm asking you to ensure that the definition of a teacher is not being manipulated through payroll codes or arbitrary interpretations in order to deny $5,000 in bargained wages. Please review the implementation of this differential to ensure it matches the actual written language of the agreement we all signed. Let's fix this here tonight publicly so we don't have to resolve it at the EMRB State Labor Board. And I just have, do I give this to you to hand to them? Just some information you guys can read, just a small thing for everyone, but thanks for your time.
Thank you. Cheryl Kent. After Cheryl will be Miss Barbara Hubbard. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Cheryl Kent. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. My name is Cheryl Kent, and I am a school social worker with CCSD. I am here tonight not only to speak on behalf of myself, but also for many dedicated school social workers who have recently been surplused, despite the critical role we play in supporting students, families, and school communities every single day. According to the CDC, 1 in 5 children struggle with mental, emotional, and behavioral health issues, showing a strong need for mental health support in schools. The School Social Work Association of America recommends a ratio of 1 school social worker for every 250 students. However, many schools do not have a school social worker, and others continue to surplus these positions, making it difficult to meet the increasing mental health needs of students. School social workers are far more than crisis responders. We are mental health professionals, advocates, problem solvers, and support systems for students who often come to school carrying trauma, anxiety, depression, grief, instability, and overwhelming stress. Before a child can truly learn, they must feel safe, supported, and emotionally regulated. That is the work we do every day. We build relationships with students who may not trust adults. We help de-escalate behaviors before they become major disruptions. We provide counseling, teach coping skills, support attendance, collaborate with families, connect students to community resources, and help create school environments where students are emotionally ready to learn. The work we do is not always visible on paper, but its impact is seen in the students who stay in school, the students who avoid crisis, and the students who finally feel heard and supported. This year, when my school became short-staffed, I stepped in and took additional responsibilities beyond my own duties. As a school social worker, I did this because I cared deeply about students and because I understand how essential these services are. School social workers consistently step into gaps because we are passionate about this profession and committed to ensuring students receive the support they need. It is difficult to understand why positions like ours are being reduced while schools continue to experience increasing mental health and behavioral challenges. Students need more support, not less. The They need qualified, licensed, and trained district employees in schools who understand trauma, mental health, and behavior and family systems, not outside contractors. I ask that the
Thank
board.
you. Thank you. Ms. Barbara Hubbard?
Hi, I'm going to talk fast because I only have 3 minutes. Good evening, all. I should be in bed right now. I do not have a polished thing in front of me. I've been teaching kindergarten all day, and then I've been here. So I joined the district in 2001. Yes, a late starter. I was not college and career ready when I left high school. It took me a while to decide what I wanted to be when I grew up. So here I am. I spent 20 years in the district before retiring. I never left the school, however. I was there as a sub, a CTT, a SOSA, and knowing that a teacher was leaving, I said, you know what? I drank the Kool-Aid, I came back. I was never told at that time that, by the way, you're going to lose your pension in 2 years. So here I am. I've lost a husband. I've got all these hardships. I'm not trying to give a sob story. I'm just giving you my background. And now you want to take away a third of my income. My mortgage is not going to reduce by 1/3, nor any of my bills. In order, if I decide to stay, and I haven't made that decision yet, I'm going to have to budget and figure out what I have to do to survive with a third less of my income. I don't understand why you all want to take it away, because I thought that PERS was run by a state, that my PERS payments came out of a state, not district, that it wasn't the district money going in, it's not coming out of your pocket. So I'm a little confused why you want to punish those of us who have made the dedication to come back and take away our PERS that we've earned. There it is. Good night. I've got to go to bed. Thank you.
Thank you. Here. Michelle DeMeo? She left? Yeah. Okay. Kristen?
Okay. Hi, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert, Kristen Nigro for the record, 13-year educator, as well as the Clark County Education Association president. So I'm here to speak in support of SB 460 pilot project and what it represents for our district moving forward. The initiative is an important step because it shows that we're not waiting for improvement to happen. We're taking the initiative to actively boost student achievement, ensure our students are supported in reaching the levels they deserve to be at, as well as just not just academically, but also socially as well. And to be quite honest with you guys, I don't know how much you know about this project or the pilot program. The alternate is not an option. If we do not raise these academic needs of our students as well as the social needs, we're talking about a takeover. And I don't know, that sounds pretty icky to me, and I don't want to experience that. So what makes this pilot especially strong is the intentional structure behind it. I'll give you guys a couple components of it that and all the great work that has happened with it. So the additional 19 minutes of instructional time at the elementary level provide meaningful time, used to deepen learning, just all around reinforce essential skills, ensure students who are that are not just exposed to content but are truly mastering it. That's a really big piece of it. In education, minutes matter, and those minutes, well, when they're used correctly, they do really important things. I do sit on the steering committee, and I know the work that's been done is very intentional. And when we talk about like what business we have in doing this work, well, we're all educators that are on that. And so it means a lot for us to make these decisions because it's our students that we're educating. Also, the investment into professional development. Obviously, teachers thrive when the development is good. So, and also it's needed to meet the diverse needs of these two schools. Obviously, Western Feeder and Desert Pines is definitely high need, right? And so having these things in place. But on top of that too, I just want to make sure that we're really understanding that feeder alignment work from elementary through high school is a critical component when developing a whole child. It helps ensure consistency across grade levels so that the educators are working in sync, building on prior learning rather than operating in isolation. And the alignment creates coherence for students as they move through the system, which ultimately strengthens outcomes at every level. Strong feeder alignment means strong student. So I'm really proud of the work that's been done at this point, and even more proud of the collaboration between CCEA and CCSD. Talk about turn of a leaf, right? Just the ability to collaborate and get us all on the same page to try to come in one common goal is pretty exciting. And then just remembering that it comes back to the students. We're nothing without students. So I'm looking forward to seeing the outcomes of this pilot and the impact it's going to have on teaching and learning across our district. And I appreciate you guys hearing this tonight, and I hope it passes.
Thank you. Dolly Rowan? Dolly Rowan? Please state your name for the record.
Dolly Rowan, Clark County School District, CLS, Early Childhood Kids teacher. It's very upsetting this evening. It was a no-win situation. But I understand why you made the decision you did. We have people that are coming back in what we call double dipping, but those positions are so needed for our students and our principals. Those are reliable veteran teachers with experience that are coming in, and now we don't know what's going to happen. We'll all deal with it, but my concern is our special education classrooms, because we have an opportunity now to fill those positions, and I want you to please consider any means possible to make sure that that transition is available for not just our CLS, but for our surplus teachers also, so that every student in Clark County School District has a licensed teacher, and that next year that we can build on that. I'm hoping that this all works out for everybody. I know that my sister is a CLS SLD teacher, but she's 1 year provisional, so it's risky. She's looking at possibly not having that position because she could be bumped for not having seniority. So that would affect her students that she's been with for the past 2 years and their families. So I'm hoping that you will not allow current CLS teachers in special ed to be bumped by someone that has more seniority, that we can lock those positions, not just for those teachers, but also for their families. Thank you. I have other topics. You want me to just keep going?
No, we have to do it separately. So I do have your name down for public comment not listed on action items, and so that'll come after we finish this one.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dolly. How about Barry? Is Barry in the room? Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Barry Wisman, CCA board member and teacher at Bendorf Elementary School. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Ebert. My name is Barry Wisman, and I'm speaking tonight as a proud CCSD educator and CCEA executive board member. I first want to recognize and thank both CCSD and CCA's collaborative approach. What a phenomenal thing it is to witness at last. Too often people focus on what divides organizations, but this work is a strong example of what can happen when people come together with a shared purpose. This gives us a real opportunity, this pilot program, to focus on the importance of feeder alignment and the positive impact it can have when implemented thoughtfully and correctly. Excuse me, strong feeder alignment creates stability for students and families. Keep getting lost. Strengthens school communities and allows educators to build stronger systems of support across grade levels. When schools work together in alignment, students benefit from smoother transitions, stronger relationships, and greater consistency throughout their educational experience. What is encouraging about this work is that it is being approached collaboratively, and partnership truly matters. Shows a willingness to listen, problem solve, and focus on long-term success rather than short-term fixes. We have an opportunity here to truly move the needle in a direction that benefits students, educators, and our community as a whole. I want to thank everyone involved for the collaboration, professionalism, and commitment to this important work. I am looking forward to seeing the positive outcomes that come from these efforts. And I want to address some of the board members tonight that spoke as if CCA was some kind of enemy or combatant. Our job is to educate students. Our job is to educate our students. We are working together in partnership with Joan Ebert and her administration for the first time in CCSD's history for a long time. And to treat us as your largest bargaining unit as if we have nothing to do with the education of students. We are leading, providing funding, collaboration, teachers working on their own time, unpaid. We are part of the solution, not part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny Price. After Danny, we have Tyler Sutton.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. My name is Dan Price. I'm a CTE teacher and the treasurer of CCEA. I stand in support of the proposed changes to the critical labor shortage within the district. We recognize that our school district is navigating very real enrollment challenges caused by declining birth rates, shifting demographics, and changing community needs. These are not issues unique to our district, but realities being faced by school districts all around the country. While the current critical labor shortage provisions have provided important flexibility and support during difficult times, we also understand that as circumstances evolve, policies and practices must evolve as well. Change is never easy, but growth requires us to be proactive, thoughtful, and forward-thinking in how we respond to needs of our schools and workforce. We appreciate the district's efforts to address these challenges while continuing to prioritize stability for students, support for educators, and long-term success for our schools. It is critical that we continue to work collaboratively, listening to stakeholders and making decisions that strengthen public education for the future. At the end of the day, we all share the same goal, ensuring every student has access to high-quality education delivered by dedicated professionals in a system that remains strong, sustainable, and prepared for the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler Sutton. After Tyler will be Mr. Heckler. No, you want to be on the other one?
No, I've already done that one.
Okay, great.
It's time to go home.
Yeah, this is the latest I've been up in a while. My name's Tyler Sutton. I'm a CCEA executive board member, and I'm a mathematics teacher at Arborview High School. So, Madam President, trustees, Superintendent Ebert, as you said, with the passage of Senate Bill 460, CCSD faces an immediate challenge of improving the performance of our most challenged schools. As you mentioned, SB 460 is full of accountability measures, but it's also full of consequences. Some of the most extreme would be the possibility of the takeover of a school if they fail to improve and raise their scores. To face this challenge, CCEA brought together many experienced teacher leaders who offered their expertise as to the best way to improve these scores. We also worked in close collaboration with CCSD. This collaboration has been a positive, productive experience. I believe it demonstrated how much we can accomplish when our goals align and trust is exercised. The result has been a comprehensive plan that you heard about tonight that we believe will help these two high schools, Desert Pine and Western, as well as their feeder schools, raise their scores in core subjects. We believe that we are developing a template for success that could potentially have a similar impact on any school in CCSD, which faces the similar challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes public comments for 4.01. I will entertain a motion. Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend approval of the revisions to the 2025-2027 negotiated agreement between the Clark County School District and the Clark County Education Association.
I have a motion for approval. Do I have a second? Trustee Satori.
Second the motion.
Thank you. Let's vote. Trustee Henry? She on? Trustee Henry? She's no longer on. Okay. Trustee Henry?
Henry? Aye.
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 Okay, that's a 4-3. Motion passes. Thank you. And then we close 4.01 and we move on to 5.01, public comment on items not listed as action items. Ms. Fabian, you're first up.
Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Ebert. My name is Elena Fabunan, and I'm speaking tonight regarding transparency, consistency, and public accessibility of board meeting records. On March 30th, 2026, the board held a publicly noticed special board meeting and board retreat that I attended in person. Community members attended that meeting, and the meeting was recorded. However, unlike other special board meetings, a recording was never publicly archived on the district website. Additionally, the meeting minutes still have not been publicly posted. On April 24th, I submitted a public records request seeking access to the recording. I later received multiple delay notices and was advised additional time was needed, first with an anticipated response date of May 15th, and most recently, May 28th. The recording was ultimately released only after continued follow-up and public concern. I later spoke directly with district staff and was informed that retreat meetings are recorded for transcription purposes. Retreat videos historically have not been publicly uploaded. Posting decisions involve board president and the superintendent, and meeting minutes take approximately 2 months to post. I appreciate the clarification that was provided. However, my concern remains centered on transparency, consistency, and public accessibility. Today, during the strategic plan presentation, the district emphasized trust, communication, community partnership, and transparency. Those commitments matter, but public trust is not built only through strategic plan language. It is built through consistent public access, clear communication, and openness in practice. When some special board meetings are publicly archived with recordings, while retreat meetings are treated differently without clear public explanation, confusion and mistrust naturally follow. I understand Nevada law may only require minutes as the official record. This is not about minimum legal compliance. This is about whether this board intends to model proactive transparency and meaningful public accessibility. Tonight, I respectfully ask, will the March 30th, 2026 board retreat recording be publicly archived? When will the March 30th meeting minutes be publicly posted? Will the July 1st, 2025 and November 7th, 2025 retreat recordings also be archived for consistency? And will the district provide clear public guidance regarding which meetings are archived online and which are not? If transparency and trust are truly priorities within the district's strategic plan, the community should be able to see those values reflected in the district governance practices as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dolly. Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Dolly Rowan, Clark County School District teacher, kids program over at Cully. I'm one of the feeder schools with Western High. I was going to speak on two topics. I don't know if you'll let me just continue to get out of here. So I attended NASA's Nevada Portrait of a Learner. It's a phenomenal program, but my concerns with this is not, my concerns are how it's going to be implemented, because the vision is wonderful, how every teacher will embrace this on-hands learning experience and giving these real world practices in their classroom. But with everything that's required within our curriculum, with the HCM and all of the pacing guides, my concern is how that will be equitable for all of our students. So my proposal that I brought to you prior was that we please consider using the Nevada Portrait Learner PBL strategies at every elementary school as a special. Cully is adopting that idea. We are going to have our PBL as a special, so every classroom student will get the same experience, and not just the ones that have that great teacher that is very innovative and creative, or even values the hands-on learning experience. So I'm urging the Board of Trustees to please, if there's any influence that you can have, is to have the Portrait of a Nevada Learner, PBL learning methodology and experiences that we want for all of our students to be an elementary required special, just like we have for PE or music. And I urge you to please consider to take this at a secondary level as a 3-tier level. So every student goes in, not just for an exploration in middle school, but they have a 3-level criteria PBL experience. And you decide what that looks like so that every student has these experiences, and not just those with that great teacher that can do it all. And if you would consider that, Cully is going to be doing that. We have a portrait of a Cully learner, and Gibson has a portrait of a Gibson learner, and Western has a portrait of a Western learner, and we're collaborating together. But we need to expand this, and I don't want any child left behind from those learning experiences. And if you could consider making this a requirement at a special for elementary. Thank you.
Thank you. No, ma'am, you're given 3 minutes. No, so it's okay. It's okay. I'll explain it to you. So you can sign up to speak for 3 minutes on an actionable item, which you did, and then you can sign up to speak at the end on anything that's not on the agenda, and so you get 3 minutes for that. And then that's it. Sure. Absolutely. Thank you, Dolly. Get some rest. I know you're tired. Terilyn. Closing us out.
Terilyn Thompson for the record. As I listened to the presentation about career-connected learning and durable skills, I couldn't help but think about the reality many of our existing CTE programs are facing right now. As a CTE theater technology teacher, my classroom is already a hands-on workforce training environment. My students learn collaboration, communication, problem-solving technical skills, and leadership through real production work. When our program first began, we were able to apply for Perkins grant funding. Later, funding shifted to state allocation money, and all 3 levels of the program received funding based on student enrollment. That allowed us to plan ahead and provide students with the materials and and equipment they needed. Then the program was reduced to a 2-year pathway, and now we only receive funding for students in one level of the program. But we are still required to teach both years. On top of that, the amount schools receive through the CTE state allocation grant is no longer transparent. We are expected to run workforce training programs without knowing what resources we will actually have. The result is that students are not being trained on the equipment that they will encounter in the real world because schools cannot afford to update technology and industry standard equipment. In theater, for example, the professional industry has largely moved to LED lighting systems, yet most schools in Clark County still rely on outdated conventional lighting because upgrading a theater to LED can cost well over $100,000. My Title I school simply does not have access to that kind of funding, and there's currently no district program that helps modernize our equipment, and yet everyone uses our theaters for their spaces. So my question is this: why are we creating new workplace readiness initiatives when many of the programs already doing this work are not being properly funded or updated to meet the current industry standards? Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes 5.01. I'll open 6.01. Upcoming meeting of the Board of Trustees is Monday, May 18th, 2026 at 5 p.m. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Trustee Biasotti?
I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Trustee Cavazos?
Yes, I will second that. I also want to thank the educators that are still here in the room right now and have hung in here for all this time. Thank you for still being here.
Let's vote. Trustee Henry?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. We are adjourned.